We think of the past as primitive: stone tools, simple minds, forgotten dreams. But scattered across the ruins of lost civilizations are artifacts and technologies that defy that story. Machines that mapped the stars, stones moved with impossible precision, blades forged with nanotechnology, concrete that grows stronger with time. Across continents and centuries, ancient engineers achieved things modern science is only beginning to understand, and in some cases still cannot replicate. Tonight we follow the faint trail of knowledge left behind, a memory of mastery, hidden in stone, metal, and myth, and perhaps forgotten for a reason. In the stillness of a moonlit shore, where the sea murmurs its ceaseless lullaby, we find ourselves drawn back 2,000 years. Beneath the gentle sway of rippling waves, a tired crew of sponge divers off the coast of Antikythera stumbled upon shards of memory buried in salty darkness. Their lamps glowed over fragments of amphorae, marble statues half buried in sand, and a curious bronze object encrusted with the sea's slow hand. What first seemed a corroded bowl of metal revealed itself, upon careful cleaning, to be an assembly of interlocking gears, a machine that would whisper of lost grandeur and hidden knowledge. It lay silent for centuries, caught between the undertow of oblivion and the promise of rediscovery, until radiographic rays unveiled its secret heart. As rays of X-radiation danced across its form, scholars beheld a symphony of bronze wheels and delicate teeth, each turning upon an axis of forgotten ingenuity. Thus emerged the Antikythera mechanism, an analog chronometer of heavenly motions that charted the courses of sun and moon, forecast eclipses, and mapped the graceful arcs of planets with a precision unrivaled until the Age of Enlightenment. In those early days of modern archaeology, the device was met with astonishment and reverence. If history is the tapestry we weave from scattered threads, then here lay a fragment of a pattern more intricate than anyone dared imagine. It bore inscriptions in Archimedean lettering, calibrations in Greek script pointing to the cycles of Meton and Saros, ancient measures of lunar and solar harmony. Archaeologists and astronomers traveled from Athens, Paris, and London to lift its encrusted plates, to decipher its gears through ceaseless hours of reconstruction. Each fragment spoke of a civilization that perceived the cosmos not as an indifferent void, but as a living manuscript in which seasons and omens, mathematics and myth were joined in sacred conversation. Here, time wasn't measured by ticking seconds alone, but by the unfolding tapestry of celestial rhythms, a reminder that humanity's earliest sciences were conceived in a crucible where art, philosophy, and ritual burned as one. As we trace the lineage of its logic, we recognize in the Antikythera mechanism an oracle of bronze. Carved by hands we will never know, it became a portal for Greek astronomer priests to commune with divine patterns. One might imagine its user turning a small handle, feeling the quiet resistance of gears meshing perfectly, and reading off the positions of Mars and Venus as though consulting the Delphic Sibyl. In that simple motion, the wheel of a shipwrecked relic transforms into a celestial chariot carrying its operator through time's expanse. There is something almost alchemical in this union of mechanical exactitude and mystical purpose, calling to mind Hermes Trismegistus's ancient aphorism, "As above, so below." Through artful brass and bronze, the philosophers of Athens embedded in metal the Pythagorean vision of harmony, that the universe itself is an instrument tuned by mathematical ratios. In every carefully crafted gear, tooth lies evidence of a civilization that reveled in the dance of numbers. Today, we marvel that over 30 interwoven wheels, some scarcely wider than a coin, could reconstruct the synodic period of the moon, shape the 19-year cycle by which the Greek calendar regained its alignment with the solar year, and anticipate solar and lunar eclipses centuries in advance. Many of these proportions reflect the Metonic cycle, discovered by Meton of Athens in the 5th century BCE, which interlaces 19 solar years with 235 lunar months. The ring of inscriptions on the back plate named the months and marked the Saros cycle, a sequence of 223 lunar months after which eclipses recur with eerie familiarity. With each revolution of the handle, one summoned a vision of the sky's grand choreography, a dance choreographed by unseen forces beyond mortal sight. Yet the grandest mystery enfolded in those brass rings is less about what the mechanism shows than how it came to be. In an age when formal engineering schools were rarities and bronze was shaped by hammer and file, how did artisans smooth the teeth of gear wheels to such fine tolerances? Imagine workshops lit by oil lamps, where technicians filed metal by hand, where apprentices learned geometry from wax tablets and theorems from scrolls. We can scarcely replicate their precision today without CNC machines and digital gauges. And so the Antikythera mechanism emerges as a testament to a confluence of skill, trial, and perhaps esoteric knowledge, a blending of philosophy and craft, where mathematicians and metalworkers shared the same bench, the same quest for perfection. It suggests a world in which human inquisitiveness and spiritual reverence for the cosmos were inseparable, kindling innovations that modern minds still strive to reconstruct. The cultural heartbeat that nourished such invention pulsed through every facet of Hellenistic life. In ordering the stars, Greeks sought more than navigation. They were in quest of portents, signatures of divine will inscribed in the sky. Aristotle taught that celestial bodies were composed of ether, an incorruptible substance closer to perfection than earthly matter. Plato, in his Timaeus, declared that the god ever geometrizes, weaving the universe from the language of shapes and harmonies. Here, astronomy was not a cold calculation, but a poetics of the infinite, an invitation to commune with truths that transcend the senses. The Antikythera mechanism stood at this intersection of artistry and devotion, a handheld shrine in which zero and infinity, cycles and proportions, united in silent worship. Its roots may lie in Rhodes or Alexandria, places where scholars like Hipparchus and Eratosthenes plumbed the depths of geometry and geography. They compiled astronomical observations from Egypt's star calendars, Babylon's eclipse records, and indigenous lore passed down along Mediterranean trade routes. By fusing these streams of knowledge, they fashioned an instrument that traced planetary anomalies, those subtle deviations in a planet's motion, anticipating them with staggering fidelity. To imagine such a device is to glimpse into a workshop where maps of the stars lay side by side with treatises on optics and treatises on rhetoric. The Antikythera mechanism thus stands as the shimmering intersection of many minds, each hand turning theory into tangible marvel. Yet, for all its technical brilliance, the mechanism's journey remained uncertain until the 20th century. For centuries it lay submerged under creeping corrosion, its voice muted by time's unrelenting tide. When divers cast their nets over Antikythera's reefs, they could not foresee the artifact's profound significance, nor how radiography would one day peel back layers of sediment to reveal that it was more than mere ornament. Today, its fragments rest in a glass case in Athens, magnets for scholars and dreamers alike. With each scan and reconstruction, it reawakens to our collective imagination, reminding us that what lies buried beneath the waves may yet transform our understanding of history, technology, and the sacred bond between mind and matter. The elegance of its mathematics is poetry in motion. Each gear ratio sings of Pythagorean harmony, 15 teeth meshing with 63, 127 linking to 254, all in patterns that trace the elliptical orbits described centuries later by Kepler. The beauty of these proportions reminds us that mathematics, in the Hellenic spirit, straddled the line between science and art. It evoked Plato's Platonic solids, those perfect forms that echoed across the heavens, aligning with the Stoic belief in an ordered, living cosmos. By reconstructing these ratios, modern engineers have reassembled the device's inner workings, yet its elegance remains undiminished, as though each revolution of its wheels were the very pulse of creation itself. In contemplating this mechanism, one hears faint echoes of Hermetic wisdom. The Hermetica speak of an inner cosmology reflected in every atom, an alchemy that unites soul and star. By carving the heavens into bronze, the creators of Antikythera bridged microcosm and macrocosm, inviting seekers to turn the wheel and witness the mirror of their own consciousness. They encoded a spiritual geometry that taught, to understand the turning of the stars is to understand the turning of the soul. Such echoes remind us that technology need not be soulless, that every innovation can bear the imprint of reverence and wonder. This ancient instrument also offers a meditation on time itself. In our digital age, we measure seconds by electrons and count down days on glowing screens. Yet the Antikythera mechanism conceived time as an unfolding spiral, a sacred flow of seasons, cycles, and epochal shifts. Its dials whispered of lunar phases entwined with solar progressions, of calendars realigning over decades, of eclipses returning like ancient refrains. To rotate its handle was to become a timekeeper attuned to the universe's grand cadence, a practice more akin to ritual than to mere scheduling. It invites us to reflect on how modern life has severed itself from the slow heartbeat of the cosmos, trading rhythmic flow for mechanical precision. Today, as we piece together its fragments, the Antikythera mechanism stands as a beacon for rediscovery. It urges us beyond the neat compartments of conventional history, encouraging an interdisciplinary embrace of mathematics, archaeology, philosophy, and the numinous. In its whisper-soft clicks and subtle alignments, we sense a network of minds that dared to dream of mechanical prophecy and divine order. It reminds us that innovation need not be linear, and that lost knowledge may yet awake to guide us toward new horizons, just as it once guided the ancients through sunlit days and star-flecked nights. To trace its gear trains is to embark on a cosmic odyssey. One envisions Parmenides as charioteer, poised between light and shadow, steering through spheres of truth while the bronze wheels spin eternally. Each gear revolution becomes a metaphor for life's perpetual unfolding, where beginnings and endings fold into each other in endless embrace. In that turning, the operator shares in an ancient ritual of attention, aligning the self with the ceaseless motions of worlds unseen. It is a journey that transcends mere calculation, offering a glimpse of unity between human intention and the vast, silent dance of the heavens. And so, as we gather around this ancient relic, we join a lineage of seekers and scholars. We remember that technology is woven from threads of human wonder, spiritual longing, and mathematical insight. The Antikythera mechanism is more than a technical curiosity. It is a mirror of our own aspirations, a testament to creativity unfettered by epoch or instrument. In its careful interlace of gear upon gear, it recalls a time when the boundaries between science and spirit were permeable, when the act of measuring the cosmos was inseparable from the act of honoring it. Here, in the hush of its mechanical song, we find an invitation to turn the wheel, to listen, and to let ancient wisdom guide our modern hearts toward mystery and marvel once more. Beneath the vast sky of Lebanon's Bekaa Valley, a hush falls over the immense platform known to the ancients as Baalbek. In the stillness of dawn, these colossal blocks rest like slumbering giants cut from the earth's own bones. Their smooth faces rise to greet the first light, as if they were carved by hands that understood both the secrets of stone and the eloquence of silence. None can say precisely who first arranged these monumental forms, or by what means they coaxed such weight into motion. As centuries have cradled their secret, each sunrise carries another whisper of untold methods, a silent invitation to wanderers and dreamers who seek to touch the rim of ancient wisdom. In the memory of cultures that have passed this land as both conquerors and pilgrims, Baalbek has remained an enigma. The Phoenicians once hallowed this plateau to honor the storm god Baal, while the Greeks cast it in marble glories, and the Romans renamed it Heliopolis, the city of the sun. Yet, even as temples rose and fell, dedicated to Jupiter, Bacchus, and Venus, the foundation stones beneath them told a different story. These were not mere footings, but a testament to a craft lost to pages of unwritten lore. Their size alone defies any simple explanation. Each monolith stretches nearly 20 meters long, towering 3 meters high, and bears a mass estimated at well over 1,000 tons. They remain unmatched in the history of architecture until modern cranes and steel frameworks emerged millennia later. To behold the transit of these stones is to confront the limits of imagination. They were quarried barely a third of a kilometer from their final resting place, yet this proximity belies the staggering challenge faced by ancient laborers. The surface between quarry and temple is far from a smooth highway. It is a stretch of valley soil, sometimes soft, sometimes rugged. Many marvel at how hands armed only with bronze hammers, wooden wedges, and perhaps ropes of fibers drawn from date palms could have levered such masses free. A partially hewn colossus left behind at the quarry, known today as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, stands as mute witness to an extraction process that combined brute force and surgical precision. It seems as if the quarrymen held not simply tools, but knowledge of how to speak to stone itself, coaxing it to yield to their will. Once the rocks lay free from their native bedrock, the drama of movement began. Some scholars imagine swivels of wooden rollers under each mighty face, while others envision broad sledges greased with water or oil, sliding silently across prepared tracks. Yet when modern engineers attempt to replicate these methods under careful supervision, the friction alone threatens to stall the enterprise. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of workers would have needed to push, pull, and steer, while teams vigilantly kept logs aligned to prevent jamming. How did they maintain such orchestration without written blueprints or a grid of numbered beams? Tradition suggests a guiding voice or chant, a pulse of communal effort attuned to a rhythm older than the stones themselves, an echo of ritual breathing life and direction into every groove and wheel. Beyond rollers and sledges, whispers of more subtle techniques have drifted through centuries of storytelling. Some propose hydraulic systems, using water to lift and support loads, even hinting that channels carved into bedrock once routed torrents to buoy each stone, as though it were floating on a river of divine design. Other theories lean toward the esoteric. Sound resonance, vibrations tuned to frequencies that loosened molecular bonds, enabling heavy blocks to glide with less friction. These ideas border on magic, yet they resonate with a profound reverence for the intelligence of our forebears. Whether grounded in fact or born of poetic speculation, such possibilities invite a humbling suspicion, perhaps a strand of knowledge unraveled over time, leaving us to gaze at monoliths without the thread that once explained their origin. Still, the movement of Baalbek's stones cannot be separated from the spiritual tapestry woven around them. Every block that settled into its final position carried not only weight, but intention. In placing each colossal pillar, the priests and artisans enacted a cosmic alignment, grounding the celestial realms into a temple of stone. Scholars have noted that the primary axis of the Temple of Jupiter aligns closely with the summer solstice sunrise, anchoring seasonal rites in geometry and spirit. When the sun's first rays break across the terrace, they ignite the columns in golden fire, a daily reenactment of cosmic birth and renewal. Such precision suggests not only architectural skill, but a unity of astronomy, ritual, and building practice, a union that lifts stonework beyond mere construction and into the realm of living myth. The identity of those who conceived and executed these feats remains shrouded in collaborative mystery. Roman architects are credited with much of the visible grandeur, elaborate Corinthian capitals and soaring pediments, but it seems certain that some antecedent society laid the groundwork. A tradition whispers of Phoenician quarry masters, gifted with arcane lore of stone softening and magnetic compasses that predated their known invention. Others speak of even earlier inhabitants whose culture vanished without parchment or palimpsest, leaving behind only the silent grammar of bedrock and terrace. To imagine these builders is to imagine architects who wore neither togas nor tunics, but perhaps simple cloaks, whose voices rang out in unrecorded chants, and whose ingenuity shaped an altar to human aspiration. Legends entwine Baalbek with figures of immense stature, giants who strode across the valley floor and shaped mountains to their purpose, or divinities who descended on beams of light to carve temples through thunderous inspiration. Stories passed down by villagers claim that stones moved at night, levitated by unseen hands, only to set themselves in place by dawn. While modern minds may dismiss such accounts as poetic license, they reveal the depth of awe these structures inspired long before modern archaeology arrived. In every folktale, there lies a seed of wonder that hints at a time when the boundary between myth and reality was more permeable, when the grand work of the temple felt less like a project of men and more like a dialogue between earth and spirit. Archaeological excavations over the past century have peeled back layers of sand to uncover mosaics of myth and daily life entwined. Trinkets and pottery shards reveal an agora of trade, where merchants brought offerings from distant lands, and workers shared bread and song amid massive timbers propping ancient scaffolds. Inscriptions in faded Latin and Greek mention names of governors and priests, yet none detail the movements of the trilithon stones. These inscriptions remind us that history often hides its most wondrous techniques behind the ordinary record of dedicatory ceremonies and inventory lists. Piecing together each fragment of evidence, researchers attempt to trace an unbroken line from quarry to altar, but the trail often dissolves into conjecture, inviting both rigorous study and meditative reverie. When we turn our gaze to the present, the stones of Baalbek still challenge modern engineering accomplishments. Cranes today can lift loads of several hundred tons with ease, but orchestrating a single block of 1,200 tons demands special arrangements of multiple cranes, steel frames, and patented hoists. What seems routine in a city skyline becomes an extraordinary venture here under the same Levantine sun that once watched Phoenician hands. In contemplating this contrast, one senses a lesson whispering from the past. Technological prowess is only half the story. Vision, intent, and harmony with the land are the other half, reminding us that grand feats of engineering emerge from the unity of mind, matter, and spirit. Fringe theories, too, drift like incense through the corridors of speculative thought. Some suggest that Baalbek's titans moved with help from directed energy devices, a legacy of visitors from beyond the stars who encoded their technology in the stone itself. Others propose that an advanced prehistoric civilization, lost to floods or fires, passed on secrets of anti-gravity paint or levitational sound chambers. While such notions remain outside the boundary of mainstream scholarship, they echo a quiet yearning to recover a fullness of knowledge that once spanned art, science, and magic. Whether or not these theories hold weight, they remind us that the heart of inquiry often beats strongest where facts blur into the dreamscape of possibility. In the geometry of the terrace, one discerns an eloquence of sacred proportion. The distances between stones, the height of walls, and the width of corridors adhere to ratios that reflect musical harmony and cosmic order. Ancient builders revered certain numbers, 3, 7, 12, as conduits of spiritual meaning, inscribing them unknowingly into each monument they raised. As the traveler moves through shadowed colonnades, these relationships become sensed rather than measured, stirring an intuition that whispers of a larger tapestry of existence. It is this interplay of number, form, and silence that elevates Baalbek from a mere ruin to a living poem composed in stone. Yet beyond geometry, the stones themselves seem to sing. Whisper thin gusts of wind weaving through the temple's nooks and niches produce subtle hums, as though the limestone and granite resonate with ancestral memory. Some researchers speculate that the column drums and terrace slabs were selected for their acoustic properties, creating hidden sound chambers that amplified chants or rituals. In this view, the very act of construction was also an act of tuning, a process of aligning frequencies until each stone contributed to the temple's living chorus. One can imagine a ceremony in fading torchlight, voices echoing against the monoliths, transforming the site into an instrument through which the divine spoke. Today, preservationists labor gently to encompass Baalbek in a protective embrace, mindful that every fissure tells a story of wind, earthquake, and occasional human neglect. Modern scaffolding, scaffolded walkways, and conservation efforts seek to hold back the slow erosion of time. Yet they cannot alter the silent pulsing of mystery that emanates from the stones. Each crack filled, each mosaic patched, keeps alive not only the physical presence of the site, but the intangible resonance of its original purpose. In caring for Baalbek, contemporary hands become custodians of a dialogue begun millennia ago between sky and earth, matter and meaning, the ephemeral breath and the enduring stone. As the afternoon sun dips westward behind Lebanon's distant ridges, The shadows of the temple stretch like long hands pointing toward horizons both seen and unseen. It is in this moment, when golden light and lengthening shade entwine, that one truly feels the gravity of Baalbek's purpose. The stones stand less as trophies of conquest and more as invitations to stillness, to listen to the slow song of history. Moved by forces that may have been human, divine, or both, they remain at once monument and mystery, encouraging us to embrace the questions within our bones as forcefully as they once bore the weight of the world. In the quiet that follows, one might consider what modern builders could learn from ancient wisdom. We live in an age of rapid progress, propelled by data and steel, yet often estranged from the tactile pulse of earth and ritual. Baalbek's legacy warns us that building is more than engineering. It is a choreographed dance between intention and material, a vow to honor unseen forces that shape our collective fate. The stones, still aligned and silent, remind us that true mastery emerges from reverence for the rock, for the sky, and for that slender thread of mystery binding them together. And so, our footsteps leave no echo as we turn away from the terrace, carrying with us a fragile ember of wonder. The stones have kept their secret with gentle dignity, inviting each generation to stand before them in humility. Moved by hands that vanished long ago, yet as present as light on stone, they keep alive a conversation that stretches beyond chronology into the boundless realm of dreaming. In their silent testimony, we find an open door, an invitation to move our own weight through time with purpose, asking not simply how, but why, not only of stone, but of soul. Under a sky smeared with starfire, the silent stones of Giza beckon us into a world where time seems to bend. There is a stillness here, at the edge of night, as if the wind carries secrets older than our reckoning. We tread lightly among immense blocks of granite, each surface humming with echoes of craftsmanship beyond what history teaches. In the hush, the gaze of centuries meets our own, inviting a slow, reverent exploration of how these ancient hands might have shaped the very bones of the earth. The grandeur of the pyramids has long dominated our imagination, yet it is in the subtle lines and barely perceptible grooves carved into the hardest stone that true mystery stirs. These silent markers betray a mastery of precision that confounds modern replicators. When archaeologists discovered drill cores at Giza, the unbroken spirals traced into granite spoke of drills spinning with consistency and force unimaginable without motors and belts. Each ridge seems to whisper of a mechanism that sustained pressure and rotation at a steady pace, cutting through mineral with surgical grace. We often imagine copper chisels and bronze saws clinking softly against softer limestone, but here lies evidence demanding another story. Deep within the sands, granite cylinders, neatly holed and perfectly symmetrical, hint at a technology lost. The smoothness of their walls, the fidelity of their contours, defy explanation by simple hand labor. Were the Egyptians privy to a kind of proto-machinery, perhaps powered by water, wind, or a ritual animus now veiled in myth? Could they have harnessed gearing systems that multiplied force, guiding simple human strength into arcs of consistent energy? As we wander closer to the Serapeum of Saqqara, our path illuminated by lantern glow, massive sarcophagi await like sleeping giants. Hewn from single blocks of solid granite, each one weighs in excess of 70 tons. Their interiors are as smooth as polished glass, their sharp edges preserved without chisel scars. How did ancient craftsmen, with only what we believe to be rudimentary tools, breach the hardness of this rock so delicately? These sarcophagi seem to have emerged from the stone with an artistry that rivals today's CNC machines, their perfection arching across millennia as a silent testament to lost skill. Yet the stones themselves offer hints if we dare to listen. In close inspection, subtle striations curve in graceful arcs, suggesting abrasives like quartz sand or a harder mineral dust bound beneath wooden bobs. Perhaps copper tubes embedded with diamond grit, spun in leather harnesses, a collaboration of natural hardness and ingenious design. The thought stirs our senses. Ancient artisans might have danced alongside their materials, pressing, revolving, hydrating stone with water-infused oils to carve depths no hammer could match. In their workshop, a rhythmic harmony of pressure, friction, and lubrication guided every stroke. Granite speaks of resistance. Its crystalline structure rebels against incision, fracturing along random planes under undue stress. Yet, in the Egyptian hands, it surrendered in precise, controlled layers. They must have understood something of thermal expansion, heating stone with fire to pry open fractures, then chilling it abruptly with cold water to coax away unwanted fragments. A natural interplay of heat and cold, harnessed as a primitive but effective splitting technique. Through careful observation across seasons, generations of builders unraveled the secrets of stress distribution in stone, learning to predict its yield under gentle persuasion. We stand amid these mysteries, imagining an oracle's workshop where sacred geometry blended with keen empirical study. The pyramid builders did not carve stone solely for tombs. They etched cosmological symbols into every threshold and corridor. A deep resonance existed between form and function, matter and meaning. In the echo chambers of the Great Gallery, some sense an acoustic design purpose. Voices amplified, frequencies standing at nodal points, as though the stones themselves were tuned to hold prayer, chant, or celestial song. Could sound have eased the labor of cutting, vibrating microfractures into yielding granules? Legends speak of sonic levitation, of workers wielding flutes or drums to summon vibrations that shook sand and stone loose. While no papyrus records this explicitly, the alignment of halls and chambers to known acoustic sweet spots lends the theory a poetic gravity. Perhaps the ancients intuited that sound, like water, travels through solids, and that by channeling certain frequencies, they could soften stone's grip on itself. Even if this remains unproven, the mere possibility nudges us to reconsider the boundaries between engineering and ritual. Our footsteps drift toward Petra's sandstone cliffs, yet mind and heart return again to Egypt's granite. We wonder about discoveries buried beneath rubble or hidden in dusty museum drawers, findings set aside because they did not fit the accepted narrative. What of hieroglyphs showing men at work with curious devices, or a scroll tucked behind official texts that described drills powered by falling water? Archives bristle with fragments miscatalogued by time's indifferent hand. Could some of these documents offer a clue to the true sophistication of ancient machining? Today, ground-penetrating radar sweeps beneath these sands, and 3D laser scanners map surfaces once thought final. Digital reconstructions allow us to walk virtual galleries of the past, examining every tool mark as if through a microscope of memory. Yet as data flows, we sense how the oldest songs of stone remain muffled. Technology helps us visualize what older eyes beheld, but it cannot translate the reverence that guided each cut. In our zeal for measurement, we risk losing the poetry of the process. the way the craft itself was a conversation between the artisan and the cosmos. In the hush between our pulses and the stone's silent testimony, an esoteric vision unfolds. For the Egyptians, every block was a vessel of spiritual energy, each angle an aperture to celestial forces. The raw rock was alive, imbued with Ka, the vital spirit. Carving it required more than skill, it demanded intention. Sacred geometry, squares within circles, triangles echoing Orion's belt, was inscribed not for decoration, but to align human will with cosmic order. Stones became conduits, resonating with planetary harmonies and the heartbeat of creation itself. We sense too the pharaoh's hand in all this. As divine intermediary, he commanded craftsmen to shape matter according to heavenly blueprint. Under his gaze, artisans achieved alignments so precise that the shafts of light at solstice days glowed like temples within temples. The Great Pyramid itself marks cardinal points with an error of mere minutes. Was this the work of patient measurement, or did they possess instruments for capturing magnetic north long before our compass? Could a form of ancient astrolabe, carved from bronze and crystal, have guided their surveying rods? Questions swirl around us like desert dust. Some speak in hushed tones of visitors from beyond our world, teachers who descended on golden beams to impart secrets of metallurgy and mechanics. While mainstream scholarship shrugs, the story persists as a reminder that human curiosity often seeks allies in myth when the mundane seems insufficient. Even if these tales belong to another narrative layer, they underscore the depth of wonder we yearn to feel when confronting the unexplainable. No matter the origin, the legacy endures, a call to revisit the dogmas that fence our understanding. If the ancients achieved such feats, might we not learn from their subtle methods of working with natural laws rather than against them? The unity of physics and spirituality evident in these constructions offers a template for modern engineering seldom honored today. Instead of brute force and mass consumption, might we embrace techniques of minimal waste, of enhancing material properties through alignments with cosmic rhythms? In each grain of sand lying atop a polished granite surface, we see a reminder that mastery was not won overnight. It grew from millennia of patient trial, error, and whispered revelation. Tool designs evolved slowly, copper tubes yielding to bronze, bronze to iron bound with abrasive sands, until finally a synthesis of materials science emerged. But the true wonder rests not in the tools alone, but in the human spirit behind them. Curious, observant, willing to merge the measurable with the mystical. We find ourselves in a timeless workshop, hands stained with ochre, hearts lifted by the desire to know. The lessons of ancient Egypt beckon us to balance. They speak of the power of respectful inquiry, of forging alliances between art and science, material and meaning. As we trace the curve of a once secret drill core, we sense the pulse of discovery still alive, whispering across grave and temple, inviting us to listen deeply. Our journey shifts toward contemplation. How many discoveries lie dormant because we refuse to question the narrow lens of tradition? In dusty corners of libraries, scripts may await translation. In remote desert trenches, newly unearthed fragments may alter our map of progress. Each new tool mark, each tiny groove, holds a key not only to ancient techniques, but to a way of being that honors patience, reverence, and the unity of all things. Now, when modern engineers peer through microscopes at these cores, they see nanoscopic wear patterns remarkably uniform, an echo of techniques Egyptian hands likely perfected over lifetimes. They strive to recreate the process using diamond-tipped drills, spinning at tens of thousands of revolutions per minute. Yet the ancients accomplished comparable smoothness with technology that, at first glance, seems inconceivably simple. The secret, perhaps, lay not in raw power, but in the way they attuned their motion to the stone, to the grain, to the earth's subtle rhythms. It is here that the narrative folds back upon itself, weaving past and present. We marvel that our high-tech tools now attempt to replicate the low-tech elegance of a civilization that prized harmony over haste. We are reminded that true innovation often arises when we observe nature's principles and work alongside them. The Egyptians did not crush the rock. They coaxed it to reveal its form. Their methods teach us the value of working with constraints, in materials and in spirit, to create results as enduring as the pyramids themselves. As dawn approaches, we stand once more among those silent giants. The stones glint with a faint promise, as if acknowledging our admiration and beckoning us to continue the quest. There is no final answer in this place, only an invitation to keep unearthing, to keep listening. For in every groove and every polished surface lies an echo of possibility, a reminder that human ingenuity knows no bounds when guided by wonder. In the quiet light, we carry with us more than data points and hypotheses. We carry a deeper hum, a resonance between our modern curiosity and the ancient pulse that shaped these monoliths. May we honor this connection by allowing the mysteries of the past to inform our path forward, blending technology and reverence, precision and poetry into a living continuum of discovery. In the gentle hush of the past, there exists a whisper of blades wrought with secrets deeper than time itself. These are the legendary Damascus swords, shimmering with swirling patterns as though they carry echoes of rivers long since lost to memory. Carved from a steel that danced with unseen mysteries, they held edges sharp enough to carve through the finest silk and bore a resilience that defied the fiercest blow. Today, they live on in fragments, in museum displays and scholars' notes, yet their true essence, the alchemy of fire and iron that brought them into being, has slipped beyond the reach of ordinary craft. A symphony of technique and intuition, clothed in shimmering grains, these swords were more than mere weapons. They were profound expressions of human spirit and cosmic design. Long before their renown spread across deserts and seas, the seeds of Damascus steel were sown in the subcontinent of India, where early metallurgists labored in hidden hearths. There, in regions veiled by tangled forests and monsoon rains, they discovered the art of smelting iron with carbon-rich plant matter. The process, shrouded in secrecy, yielded ingots of Wootz steel that gleamed with patterns resembling feathery frost. Each bloom of crystalline carbon told the story of earth and flame merging. Carried by silent caravans along the great trade routes, these ingots traversed mountain passes and arid plains, arriving in the bustling markets of the Middle East like gifts from a world beyond sight. The craftsmen of those early days knew themselves as alchemists, guiding transformation with an intimate understanding of elemental spirits as much as of chemistry. In the heart of ancient Damascus, under the arching eaves of shelters warmed by charcoal embers, master smiths took Wootz steel into their hands. By artfully heating and cooling wrought bars, folding layers upon layers, they coaxed the metal into patterns that seemed to flow like living water. Each hammer strike was both a test of skill and a meditation on balance. between strength and flexibility, between the visible and the hidden. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the furnaces glowed like distant stars, illuminating faces etched with concentration. Through rituals passed down in hushed tones, unknown elements, perhaps traces of vanadium or molybdenum, became silent partners, weaving away imperfections and giving birth to microstructures that modern science would only discern centuries later. Night after night, the forge called, and the anvil replied with resonant song. Metal was drawn to the perfect heat, its redness like a promise that spoke of readiness. In these moments, the smith seemed less like a laborer and more like a conductor of elemental forces. Pulling the softened steel from the hearth, he folded it with deliberate grace, each layer melding with the last in an intricate dance. The transformative fire inside the blood-red glow was tempered by cool water, and the secret lay in that shifting temperature. It was not merely heat, but patience, intuition, and perhaps a whispered invocation that shaped the crystalline matrix into patterns we now revere. This communion of hammer and flame was an alchemical rite, binding Earth's gifts into an artifact of uncanny power. The surface of a finished blade bore lines of rippling water, a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed alive. Some called these designs damask patterns, for they came to resemble the luxuriant fabrics traded in the same caravans. More than decoration, each swirl was a symbol of life's fluid currents, a testament to the harmony between human artistry and cosmic order. Warriors believed these patterns endowed the sword with a spirit of its own, a silent companion that guided the hand in the heat of combat. To wield a Damascus blade was to carry a story etched in steel, of distant forges, ancient know-how, and the patient patience of artisans who devoted their days to unveiling nature's subtler geometries. Within those tranquil curves lay the echo of celestial spheres, as if each blade had captured the motion of planets swirling across velvet skies. The patterns whispered of unity, how seemingly disparate layers could merge into a singular marvel. In those long-gone forges, the act of forging was never a simple trade. It was a sacred act, a form of meditation. The blacksmith's steady breath matched the rhythm of hammer against steel, his heartbeat mapping the rise and fall of flame. Some accounts speak of blessings murmured under the hoods of the hearth, invocations to deities or ancestors, as though the metal itself required a guiding spirit. This reverence infused every wrinkle, every grain, with intangible meaning. The steel became a vessel for intention, a bridge between the mundane and the divine. In that hush of heat and music, time folded in on itself. This liminal space where earthly forces and celestial wisdom converged in the incandescent glow of possibility remains a testament to a worldview in which every act of creation was consecrated by purpose. Centuries would pass before humanity deciphered the microscopic architecture that lay hidden in these blades. Today, scientists reveal that Damascus steel carries networks of carbon nanotubes and cementite nanowires woven through its crystalline grain. These invisible patterns explain the legendary sharpness and resilience. The steel could flex under stress and yet return to form, resisting fractures that felled lesser weapons. Such insight feels almost like peering behind the curtain of an ancient ceremony, glimpsing the sacred choreography of elements at work. Their empirical wisdom anticipated modern materials science, suggesting that practical intuition can sometimes surpass academic theory in unlocking nature's hidden potential. In those distant workshops, alchemy and metallurgy walked hand in hand. Though we now understand vanadium's role in refining grain boundaries or phosphorus's influence on ductility, the smiths of old spoke only in the language of fire and earth. They tested ores with simple trials: color of flame, the feel of embers, the whisper of sparks. Unknown trace minerals whispered their influence into the melt, and by subtle shifts in temperature and atmosphere, the masters coaxed impurities into harmless pockets. It was, in essence, an act of partnership with the material world. This process, as much art as science, challenged modern researchers precisely because the ancients blended chemistry with an almost mystical rapport, treating each batch of metal as a living organism that responded to touch and intent. On dusty battlefields and in grand courts alike, Damascus blades bore witness to events that shaped empires. Their fame spread not only through practical success, cutting through armor and bone with uncanny ease, but also through stories whispered around campfires. Men claimed these swords were self-sharpening, as though the steel retained a memory of its shape and repaired itself with each strike. Enemies spoke of an otherworldly gleam at the blade's edge, a flicker like starlight that unnerved even the bravest hearts. Each scar on the blade told a tale of survival, each echo of a clash and ring a chapter in a vast chronicle beyond written history. Yet all brilliance can fade. Over time, the secrets locked within Woot's ingots grew scarce. Political upheavals severed trade routes, depriving Damascus forges of their essential raw material. Blacksmiths, once apprenticed in generational workshops, scattered or turned to other trades as firearms, and new tactics rendered swords less central to warfare. The cherished methods waned, and with each passing century, genuine Damascus became more ghost than reality. What remained were echoes, recipes half-remembered, scraps of legend, and gleaming replicas that showed but a fraction of the old magic. To lose such wisdom is to dim the light of human possibility. In recent decades, fascination with these blades has sparked a quiet renaissance. Laboratories hum with modern instruments, scanning fragments to reconstruct their elemental makeup. Meanwhile, dedicated smiths light forges once more, folding steel with patient precision and hope. Yet despite high-temperature furnaces and electron microscopes, the exact confluence of metallurgy and ritual remains elusive. Some recreations capture the undulating patterns and pleasing balance. Others yield only echoes of the original resilience. The attempt is more than technical. It is an act of homage, a tribute to the masters who first unlocked these secrets. Each new blade forged in modern hearths reminds us that art and science need not stand apart, but can reunite to honor ancient wisdom. Stories and myths have served as vessels for the legacy of Damascus steel, carrying its essence across generations. Manuscripts penned in dim script, poets' verses lauding the blade's beauty, and travelers' journals comparing Damascus to a living river of steel. All these have kept its spirit alive. Museums display battered relics behind glass, inviting silent contemplation of a time when discipline and wonder intertwined. In these whispers and echoes, we find both inspiration and a quiet challenge to seek knowledge beyond our own age. Cultural memory, more lasting than any physical object, ensures that the very idea of Damascus steel remains a beacon of human creativity, a symbol of what we can achieve when craft and heart converge. Beyond scholarly texts, Damascus steel has found its home in stories that enchant new generations. In epic novels, a hero's destiny is often bound to a sword whose patterns shimmer with prophecy. In films and games, the name itself conjures visions of unrivaled craftsmanship and hidden powers. These modern creations do more than entertain. they kindle curiosity. A teenager reading a fantasy epic may pause to wonder if such a metal truly existed. Soon enough, they find themselves digging into history, stumbling upon scientific papers and folklore alike. It lingers in our collective mind, urging us to remember that every legend is rooted in human hands and elemental fire. The lessons drawn from Damascus steel have rippled into modern material science. Researchers study its layered microstructure to inspire new alloys, seeking that elusive combination of hardness and flexibility. Nanotechnology, which examines materials at the atomic scale, owes part of its curiosity to the ancient smith's intuition that tiny structures shaped a blade's greatness. In laboratories across the world, scientists experiment with controlled cooling cycles and additive manufacturing, attempting to echo those patterns of light and shadow. The forging philosophies of old, patience, respect for materials, and reverence for process, still inform our most advanced experiments, proving that progress often blooms from ancestral roots. Archaeologists, trowels in hand, search for workshops buried beneath layers of earth. Each shard of slag, each fragment of crucible carries clues about temperature, fuel, and technique. When manuscripts or tools surface, they ignite fresh debates about how far ancient craftsmen understood the chemistry we now teach in classrooms. These discoveries do not just fill gaps in textbooks, they offer a visceral link to human drama. Imagine the heat off those pits, the chatter of apprentices, the keen eye of the master smith guiding every blow. With each new dig, the puzzle of Damascus steel grows clearer, yet remains as enchanting and complex as the swords themselves. The birth of Wootz steel was inseparable from its land of origin. In the Deccan plateaus of India, iron ore lay rich and pure, mingled with the carbon-dense leaves and stems of native plants. These ingredients, humble in appearance, became the cradle of innovation. Caravans carried the fruits of that land to desert cities and oasis towns, blending local techniques with foreign curiosity. Damascus, a hub of culture and commerce, distilled these offerings into blades that carried whispers of distant forests and monsoon storms in every gleam. In this network, ideas traveled as eagerly as goods. Today, science plays a lanterned role in unraveling the mysteries of Damascus steel. Electron microscopes reveal crystalline structures in intricate detail. Spectroscopy deciphers elemental signatures with precise wavelengths of light. Thermal analysis charts the curves of cooling that gave each blade its distinctive strength. Even so, data alone cannot recapture the ritual of the forge. The timed sequence of hammer strikes, the hush of the smith's reverence, the intangible warmth that no instrument can measure. This synergy of high-tech and ancient lore shows how the future of materials may still be guided by centuries-old insight. Across cultures, Damascus blades embody paradox, the marriage of beauty and violence, the fusion of scientific mastery and unfathomable myth. Legends speak of swords that could sever stone or tame raging fires, yet these tales also gesture toward deeper truths. That mastery emerges when intention meets skill. In every curve of the pattern, we glimpse the spirit of those who forged and wielded these weapons, individuals who glimpsed the unity of earth, fire, and human will. The myth and the metal remain intertwined. At its heart, the story of Damascus steel is a meditation on creation itself. It reminds us that transformation requires both knowledge and awe, that raw ingredients demand respect before they become something extraordinary. The ritual of forging echoes philosophical teachings about patience, about the interplay of light and shadow within us all. As the steel layers bind, so too do our choices shape the patterns of our lives, each fold bearing witness to struggle, triumph, and the slow unveiling of potential. In the crucible of existence, the sparks that fly may indeed be small, but they light the path from base to brilliance. In recent years, a quiet rebirth of artisan blacksmithing has bloomed under the silent beckoning of Damascus steel's legend. Workshops hum with renewed purpose as pioneers wield hand-forged hammers and share techniques once hidden. Apprentices learn to read the glow of coals and anticipate the moment of perfect and the moment of rest. Schools dedicated to traditional metalwork gather storytellers, historians, and smiths under one roof, weaving a community that honors both the old ways and fresh insights. Their passion ensures that the song of the hammer and the whisper of flames continue to shape tomorrow. The influence of Damascus steel extends beyond swords into realms of art and craft, where form and function entwine. Jewelry designers press layers of patterned steel into bracelets and pendants, each piece a miniature dance of light and shadow. Sculptors carve stylized interpretations of the swirling grain, exploring the silent poetry embedded within. Even watchmakers find inspiration in these ancient patterns, embedding small blades as aesthetic flourish. In every reinterpretation, the essence remains, an appreciation for the delicate balance of beauty and purpose. Artisans across disciplines draw from that wellspring, reminding us that a blade can teach lessons far beyond the battlefield, about harmony, about the power of subtle pattern, and about the enduring magic of human creativity. As the ember of curiosity continues to glow, the tale of Damascus steel remains an open invitation to explorers of all kinds. From molecular scientists to poets, from sculptors to smiths, each draws sustenance from that age-old bond between human hands and Earth's hidden secrets. The blade's intricate patterns serve as a map of possibility, suggesting that within every material lies a story waiting to unfold. Stories that demand patience, respect, and imagination. In each drop of molten metal and each rhythmic strike, we find not only technical brilliance, but an enduring allegory. That transformation, whether of steel or self, requires a willingness to embrace the unknown. Though the original forges have long fallen silent, their echoes remain alive in the flicker of new fires. With every fresh attempt to resurrect the old craft, we honor a lineage that dared to blend science, artistry, and solemn ritual. Somewhere between the latticework of carbon and the fleeting dance of flames, there lies a fragment of timeless wisdom, a reminder that human ingenuity has always emerged from the interplay of curiosity and reverence. In the hush after the hammer's last ring and the fire's final glow, the true secret of Damascus steel endures, a beckoning challenge to remain ever watchful, ever curious as we seek the hidden patterns that shape our world. In the hush of centuries, when only the wind dares to wander through crumbling arches and half-buried stones, there lies a secret as steadfast as the very earth upon which those ruins stand. It is not a treasure chest brimming with gold, nor a scroll bearing lost incantations, but something far more enduring, the alchemy of Roman concrete. Imagine standing beside the calm, lapping waters of an ancient harbor, where once slick docks embraced gentle waves. The scent of salt and basalt drifts across time to us now, carrying with it a mystery that modern science still strives to decode. How did artisans 2 millennia ago concoct a substance that healed its own fractures, defied the relentless tides, and outlasted empires? We begin in a world of empires expanding and contracting like breaths of a great beast. In these days, Rome's ambition stretched from misty highlands to sun-drenched shores, demanding roads, aqueducts, temples, and harbors that would endure beyond any single ruler's reign. Their builders, cloaked in simple tunics and armed with chisels, mortar, and faith in unseen forces, embarked on a quest for permanence. Legend has it that after a storm-swept night, a carpenter glimpsed in the ruins of a collapsed temple the glint of mineral crystals where stone had once cracked. From this epiphany bloomed the first hints of something new. They mixed volcanic ash, known as pozzolana, lime, and seawater in a ritual as intuitive as it was experimental. With each stirring, they entrusted pieces of their world to a living substance that would grow stronger as time flowed onward. The volcanic ash itself seemed endowed with spirit. Drawn from slopes smoked by Vesuvius and Etna, these gray powders bore within them the residue of fire, earth, and breath. In modern laboratories, scientists speak of silica and alumina, zeolites and crystalline phases. Yet the Romans, unschooled in chemical equations, recognized instead a whisper of promise: that these minerals could bond with lime to form something uniquely alive, capable of capturing hidden strength. A passage from Vitruvius, the ancient engineer, still lingers in the mind. Utilitas, firmitas, venustas. Utility, firmness, beauty. More than a motto, these words guided each mortar batch, each foundation laid. The artisans were alchemists of place, weaving solidity out of natural processes that no modern admixture could fully replicate. Into this sacred union of ash and lime, seawater was poured. To us, the idea seems reckless, salt and moisture tearing at our concrete, cracking and crumbling it over seasons. Yet during those long-ago hours, the Romans sensed something else. In the gentle rise and fall of the tides, they found an ally. Saltwater, far from degrading their work, sparked unseen chemical transformations. Over days, weeks, centuries, needles of aluminum tobermarite, soft, flexible crystals, grew like hidden grafts, knitting minute fissures closed. A fortress of microscopic armor took shape, layer by layer, beneath the surface. We find in that embrace with the sea a lesson. That challenge becomes strength when one welcomes the elements rather than fights them. Such concrete was not a lifeless slab, but a living tapestry. When cracks dared to appear, those thin scars of age, the same waters and minerals that forged the stone would flow inward, depositing fresh binds that sealed the wound. Modern engineers, marveling at harbor piers still intact after storms that obliterated nearby jetties, peer through electron microscopes to glimpse the regenerating crystals. We saw, in our age of rapid expansion and throwaway design, our own arrogance reflected in crumbling highways and decaying facades. Yet the Romans, silent in their tombs, seemed to whisper a more patient creed, that structures like souls must heal if they are to endure. Wander now through the Pantheon's grand embrace, where daylight drips through the oculus like molten silver. This dome, unreinforced by steel, stands as a monument to ancient insight. We sense in its perfect sphere echoes of celestial harmony, of spheres within spheres, as though the builders channeled cosmic geometry into earthly form. At its base, the concrete is heavier, mineral-dense as the bedrock of a mountain. Above, it lightens, mixed with shards of pumice to rise toward heaven. In its curvature, we detect an invitation. to see architecture not merely as shelter, but as communion with the cosmos. The Romans sculpted concrete like sculptors shaping marble, each gradation of mix, each subtle shift in density, part of a sacred grammar. Beneath our feet, the Colosseum's layered walls still brace an open sky, bearing stories of roaring crowds, solemn sacrifices, and thundering chariots. In its arches we hear the laughter and bloodlust of half-forgotten crowds, yet the stone sings a refrain of longevity. 1,000 years of earthquake tremors, of stone quarried away for distant cathedrals, have not halted its quiet endurance. Here, pores in the concrete harbor minute labyrinths lined with zeolites that bind water. These natural minerals act as reservoirs, releasing moisture when dryness would otherwise cause brittleness. Thus, the amphitheater resists weather's fickle hand, as sturdily as an oak's stands against the wind. Turn your gaze to the aqueducts, those sinuous veins delivering life-giving water across hills and plains. Each channel, sealed by the same mystical concrete, flows through valleys on arches that seem poised between flight and collapse. The Pont du Gard in Gaul rises above the Gardon River in 3 graceful tiers. Its mortar conceals no steel, yet it stands, unbowed, in the face of floods and wars. Over 2,000 years, vines have crept along its stones, and poets have penned verses beneath its curves. It is said that when sunlight strikes the arches at dawn, their reflection in the river becomes a pathway to another realm, a subtle doorway between what is built and what lives in myth. And then there are the harbors, at Portus and Cosa, where breakwaters reach into the sea like ancient fingers. Sailors of distant lands disembarked upon docks that remain firm, though generations of waves have surged and battered them. On stormy nights, when modern engineers measure the forces that once tore their own concrete to pieces, they still cannot fully account for the Roman success. These coastal structures bear witness to a dialogue between mankind and the deep, a testament to partnership rather than dominion. In every bulwark, you sense respect for water's power, a willingness to use its motion to strengthen rather than erode. Our journey would be incomplete without the hidden quarries and workshops where this concrete was born. Imagine a cavernous space lit by torches, dust motes swirling in shafts of amber glow. Workers lift baskets of ash and dump them into troughs of lime, their voices hushed as if they shared a potent secret. They foot-stomp mixtures in wooden vats, feeling the shift of texture beneath their sandals. From the earliest dawn to the quiet of night, they labored not merely to build, but to invest each grain of sand with resonance, each fragment of ash with memory of fire. It was a rite performed daily, generation after generation, a covenant with the earth itself. Within gardens of marble and olive trees, in temples consecrated to gods and emperors, the Romans composed a symphony of form and matter. They understood that each stone, each pillar, was more than a pillar. It was an idea of eternity, of the divine spark within matter, of the unity between sky and soil. We glimpse this philosophy when we trace our fingers along smooth, unmortared seams and discover joints so precise that the sun's rays cannot slip through. No modern laser cutter nor hydraulic press could achieve such perfection without revealing its marks. Yet here is evidence of an uncanny craft, an intuitive grasp of geometry and geology that hovers between science and sorcery. Pliny the Elder, in his Natural History, marveled that stone erected by our forefathers seems to have held within it the very breath of the gods. He spoke not of superstition, but of awe. When he dipped a rod into the sea near Pozzuoli, watching vapors rise from the sea floor, he sensed the same elemental forces that later became the veins of Roman piers. That observation, simple and poetic, preceded the practical revelation that sea and stone could be allies. In this union, we find a philosophical echo that nature's raw volatility can be tempered into reliability if one approaches with reverence rather than fear. Modern researchers speak of pulverized volcanic glass, of nanometric grains, of recrystallization under hydrothermal conditions. They harness scanning electron microscopes to analyze microstructures and Tobermorytes lattices. Yet in all their high-tech probes, they cannot fully replicate the organic wisdom encoded in those ancient walls. The process required time, years, decades, centuries, for materials to mature and for hidden crystals to flourish. Our era, enthralled by rapid breakthroughs and disposable solutions, has little patience for processes that demand temporal surrender. But there is a lesson here, that resilience is rarely forged in haste, and that the slow alchemy of nature remains a teacher for those willing to listen. Imagine sitting beneath the vaults of a once submerged harbor, tracing the contour of a sea-worn block whose surface glitters with quartz. There, minute voids brim with salt crystals that expand and contract, closing gaps and preserving solidity. You feel the weight of aeons pressing down, yet no crack dares rend the surface. In the hush, you sense a living presence in the stone, a heartbeat measured in molecular growth, in chemical embraces. This is a place where past and present entwine, where the line between man's creation and the Earth's own artistry blurs. Even today, engineers seek to resurrect these techniques. They experiment with volcanic ash from Italy, the Azores, or the Canary Islands, testing new blends under simulated ocean waves. Scholars scour papyri and medieval manuscripts for hints of lost proportions, poring over marginalia in dusty libraries. These endeavors, while promising, often feel like fragments of a larger mosaic whose pieces remain scattered across millennia. The very act of studying these recipes can become a meditation, a reminder that true knowledge encompasses both data and devotion. On quiet evenings, when modern cities hum with traffic and neon, let us remember those ancient builders. They stood at dawn, inhaling the scent of stone and salt, and shaped mortar by hand. Their legacy is neither ostentatious nor ostensible, but woven into the fabric of every enduring ruin. The next time we walk across a bridge or beneath an archway, we might pause to consider how materials, when treated as living partners, can transcend the limitations of time. Perhaps in reflecting on Roman concrete, we rediscover a humility before nature's processes and a respect for patience itself. As candlelight flickers against chipped columns and shadows dance on the surfaces of unreinforced domes, one truth emerges. The mightiest innovations are often those that slip quietly into the world, leaving only silence and solidity in their wake. Roman concrete was never meant to scream its prowess. It was a hushed testament to the harmony of fire, water, and earth, channeled through unseen hands. In its self-healing veins and enduring forms, we hear a gentle voice from the past, inviting us to build not just with our minds, but with our spirits attuned to the rhythms of the world. And so, in the stillness of ruins and the slow drip of history, we find a doorway, an opening into the possibility of creating our own legacies, grounded in reverence, patience, and the alchemy of elemental grace. In gentle twilight waters near Kujut Rabu, not far from modern Baghdad, clay vessels emerged as silent witnesses to a vanished age. Unearthed in the 1930s by German archaeologist Wilhelm König, these humble jars concealed within their hearts a secret that seemed to whisper of currents and unseen energies. Wrapped in layers of mud and time, they carried copper cylinders cradling iron rods, sealed by asphalt and bitumen. In that moment of discovery, the air seemed to tremble with possibility. How did such objects find their way into human hands 2 millennia ago? What streams of curiosity and necessity propelled their creation? As we turn these relics in our minds, we feel the pulse of antiquity, calling us toward a mystery entwined with the elemental forces of nature. From the first glimpse of these artifacts, Dr. Koenig proposed they might have functioned as primitive electric cells, a notion that bent the conventional timeline of human innovation. He imagined artisans in Mesopotamia deliberately filling the jars with acidic liquids, vinegar perhaps, or fermented fruit juices, so that the copper and iron could interact, generating a subtle tingling current. Picture, if you will, a desert dawn as priests or craftsmen tended these vessels, watching droplets of liquid dance upon metal surfaces and wondering at the invisible flow between them. Such a scene evokes a civilization unbound by the linear march of progress, one that embraced experimentation in service of artistry, devotion, and perhaps the pursuit of divine power. Even now, the idea of ancient electrochemistry stirs our collective imagination, urging us to listen more closely to the silent echoes of history. Each jar measures only a handful of inches tall, yet within their modest frames they harbor a design as simple as it is profound. A copper cylinder, gracefully curved, holds a slender iron rod, its surface scarred by time. Around them, a thin veil of bitumen ensures separation from the clay walls, as if safeguarding a fragile secret at the heart of the vessel. These elements, fused with asphalt and sealed against the desert's shifting sands, evoke both artisan craftsmanship and the instinctual grasp of natural forces. We marvel at how these materials, common in the Mesopotamian landscape, might be transformed through careful alliance. In this confluence of copper, iron, and organic sealants, one senses not only technological ingenuity, but also a profound respect for the alchemical dance of Earth's gifts. Almost immediately, the scholarly world found itself divided between wonder and doubt. Could these jars truly have been batteries, energizing electroplating or healing rituals? Or were they nothing more than mundane containers, perhaps designed to store precious scrolls or sacred oils? Skeptics caution against anachronistic leaps, reminding us that true evidence must rest upon written testimony or repeated performance in the archaeological record. Meanwhile, proponents of the battery hypothesis point to successful modern replications that yield small electric currents when electrodes meet vinegar's acidic embrace. In this tension between skepticism and fascination lies the very essence of inquiry. Without definitive inscriptions to guide us, we must float among shadows of interpretation, embracing uncertainty as we trace the outlines of what may have been. To understand the Baghdad Battery, we must walk through the ancient streets of Mesopotamia, a land often called the cradle of civilization. Between the twin rivers, scholars and scribes recorded the movements of stars. Architects raised ziggurats toward heaven, and craftsmen forged instruments of remarkable precision. Mathematics and astronomy, we know, flourished here, and irrigation canals carved the earth in lifelines for crops. Amid these intellectual currents, it seems almost conceivable that a humble clay jar could evolve into a vessel of unseen power. The very act of experimenting with metal and fluid echoes the region's restless spirit of innovation. Where else but here might curiosity have guided hands to coax electricity from natural material, weaving a strand of mystery into the tapestry of human history? Suppose that Mesopotamian scholars stumbled upon electrochemical principles not through grand theory, but by simple observation and play. A chipped copper bowl left with iron scraps might, under the heat of the sun and a sprinkle of acid, begin to hum with latent force. In that warm desert light, the hum becomes a whisper of potential, an invitation to explore the invisible. Without formal chemical nomenclature, these early experimenters would interpret their findings through symbolic and spiritual lenses, seeing each spark, however faint, as evidence of unseen life or divine breath. To us, steeped in textbooks and measured in volts, this scenario feels otherworldly. Yet, perhaps in such humble curiosity lies the seed of every scientific revolution. A spark awakened by wonder, grounded in the primal act of noticing nature's hidden symphony. Electrochemistry, as we define it today, relies on measured reactions between electrodes immersed in electrolyte. The Baghdad jars, once filled with vinegar, lemon juice, or even fermented date wine, could have set the stage for copper and iron to exchange ions gently. Such reactions produce a voltage, albeit low, enough to induce chemical changes on a metal surface. In our own laboratories, we replicate this by dipping the two metals into a beaker of acid, witnessing the faint glow of potential energy. To think our modern demonstrations may mirror observations made 2,000 years ago illuminates the shared language of experimentation across ages. Each bubble of gas rising from the metal, each slight potential difference measured by primitive tools, becomes a testament to human ingenuity transcending time. What then might these ancient batteries have powered? One enticing possibility lies in the art of electroplating, where a metal object is coated with a thin veil of gold or silver using an applied current. Imagine priests or artisans submerging small votive figurines into the jars, burrs and imperfections smoothed over by a gleaming veneer. Temples might have shimmered with icons bathed in radiant veils of precious metal, a silent testament to both spiritual devotion and scientific prowess. In another vision, these currents served in healing rituals, where a tingling sensation against the skin felt like the touch of a benevolent deity, guiding vessels and hearts toward renewal. The blending of technology and sacrament here is poetic. The boundaries between science and spirituality blur, each serving as a mirror for the other. Modern enthusiasts and scholars have sought to breathe life into Koenig's hypothesis through careful reconstruction. Armed with clay recreations of the original jars, copper tubing, iron rods, and pools of vinegar, experimenters watch amulets of light flicker between wires. These controlled reanimations of ancient design yield currents measured in mere fractions of a volt. Yet each spark evokes the same alchemical wonder that must have gripped those early observers. These replications, fragile and precise, invite us to engage in a silent dialogue with the past. To hold a recreated jar in one's hand is to feel the weight of centuries, to sense the continuity of human curiosity that spans from Mesopotamian craftsmen to modern-day dreamers. Even as replications yield promising results, debate continues to swirl like desert dust in the sun-scorched air. Some scholars caution that these vessels could have served more prosaic purposes, containers for sacred scrolls, perhaps, or sarcophagi for miniature idols. Others argue that the lack of written records explicitly describing electrochemical experiments should temper our enthusiasm. Yet, might the very absence of direct reference hint at a guarded secret, passed quietly from hand to hand within temple walls, transmitted through ritual rather than inscribed on tablets? Such questions nudge us toward the limits of what archaeology can reveal. In the hush between speculation and proof, we find a deep, resonant lesson that knowledge often travels through channels invisible to the historian's eye. In considering the Baghdad Battery, it is impossible not to recall other ancient marvels that stretch our sense of linear progress. The Antikythera mechanism, with its intricate gears, computed celestial movements centuries before its time. The precision-cut stones of Pumapunku, interlocking without mortar, challenge our ideas of prehistoric craftsmanship. And in the Sykes at Petra, or the soaring stones of Baalbek, we sense monumental engineering lost to the ravages of time. These artifacts, diverse in material and purpose, share a whisper of a world where science, art, and spirituality found common ground. To place the Baghdad jars alongside them is to acknowledge a profound tradition of inquiry, where human aspiration transcends the limitations of each era. While archaeology offers fragments of material culture, ancient texts beckon with tantalizing hints, though seldom in straight lines. Babylonian and Sumerian cuneiform tablets celebrate the movements of stars and the geometry of fields, yet direct mention of electrochemical devices remains absent. Might scribes have shrouded such knowledge in metaphor, cloaking recipes for divine energies within the language of rituals and offerings? To read these texts is to navigate a sea of layered symbols, where veiled references to metals and celestial powers shimmer like phosphorescent tides. Each phrase suggests both a known world and a hidden realm, inviting interpreters to see beyond the literal and taste the fragrant afterglow of ancient thought. In Mesopotamian cosmology, metals carried spiritual resonance. Copper aligned with Venus, iron with Saturn. Each alloy became a microcosm of celestial interplay. Against this backdrop, a device blending iron and copper in silent communion could have been more than mere machinery. It became an emblem of cosmic harmony. As currents flowed and ions danced unseen, priests might have perceived echoes of heavenly motion within these humble jars. Such synergy between metal and cosmos, technology and myth, speaks to a worldview where every experiment was also an act of devotion, where understanding the world meant acknowledging its divine kinship. To reimagine the Baghdad Battery is to challenge the notion of history as a straight line from darkness to light. Instead, we perceive a swirl of currents, some forgotten, others rediscovered, many still awaiting our attention. The jars stand as reminders that knowledge can ebb and flow, that civilizations may ascend in one dimension and wane in another. Rediscovering such artifacts calls for a humility that transcends disciplinary boundaries, an openness to the idea that ancient thinkers may have glimpsed truths we are still striving to articulate. Each shard of pottery, each whispered rumor in dusty archives, beckons us to listen with hearts attuned to possibilities beyond the narrow corridors of convention. In their lingering ambiguity, these ancient batteries offer a legacy that extends beyond the technical. They embody the restless curiosity of a people who sought to harness unseen forces, whatever name they gave them: healing currents, divine breath, or simple nature's energy. Whether or not these jars powered gilded icons or soothed weary limbs, they have come to symbolize the timeless interplay of science and story, observation and imagination. Their true value lives in the questions they provoke. encouraging each generation to wonder anew at the mysteries entombed beneath desert sands and scholarly caution alike. Though born in a realm of mud and river, the narrative of the Baghdad Battery resonates with the modern pulse of scientific growth. Today's researchers, armed with electrochemical analyzers and microscopic imaging, unearth the legacy of ancient electrochemistry to inspire novel materials and green energy solutions. In laboratories around the world, the faint echo of Mesopotamia whispers through each experiment, reminding us that innovation often begins with the simplest of observations: metals meeting acids, ions crossing unseen boundaries, and a spark of realization that stirs the mind. This continuum illuminates how ancient ingenuity and contemporary investigation share a common purpose: to transcend limitations and reimagine what is possible. Cultural reflections on the Baghdad Battery ripple outward like concentric circles on the still water. Artists and writers weave its enigma into novels and films, where it becomes a symbol of lost wisdom and the fragile beauty of knowledge half remembered. Documentaries borrow its mystery to explore broader questions of faith, technology, and the human thirst for transcendence. Through public fascination, the jars reclaim a presence they never fully relinquished, reminding us that every artifact carries with it an afterlife in the stories we tell. The battery, once buried, now pulses within our collective imagination, a bridge connecting ancient rites to modern reveries. Enthusiastic innovators expand the jar's whispered promise into artistic and ecological realms, crafting installations that evoke ancient forms and sustainable ideas. These creative interpretations beckon us to ask how best to honor the origins of such knowledge and whose voices we uplift. Ethical stewardship emerges as a guiding principle, requiring reverence for cultural heritage, collaboration with descendant communities, and a delicate balance between innovation and preservation. In weaving these ethics with invention, we deepen our engagement with the past while nurturing seeds of future creativity. Stories of the Baghdad jars fuel the imaginations of young seekers, drawing them toward interdisciplinary pathways that weave archaeology, chemistry, and history into a seamless tapestry of inquiry. Educational programs now harness this narrative to teach critical thinking, illustrating how questions about tiny clay vessels can spark vast explorations of culture, science, and philosophy. Students learn that history unfolds not only in texts and dates, but in sparks of curiosity, experimental failures, and the resilience to ask, "What if?" In classrooms and field excavations, the legacy of these jars kindles a flame, inviting fresh adventurers to carry forward the torch of discovery. Ultimately, the Baghdad Battery stands as an invitation to wander the landscapes of possibility with open minds and patient spirits. It reminds us that technology is not solely a product of the present, but a conversation across time, one punctuated by acts of creativity and moments of inspired uncertainty. In the delicate interplay of metal and acid, we glimpse the alchemy that stitches together human experience, from the first sparks flickering in clay jars to the complex circuits that power our world today. To engage with this legacy is to honor a continuum of wonder, affirming that every current, whether ancient or modern, flows from the same source, our unending desire to illuminate the unknown. Amidst the mist-shrouded heights of the Andean Plateau, the stones of Pumapunku rise like silent sentinels, their smooth surfaces catching the dawn light in a soft, ethereal glow. This vast place, perched near the shores of Lake Titicaca, feels suspended between earth and sky, a threshold where mortal hands once carved cosmic dreams into volcanic rock. The very air whispers of a civilization whose craftsmanship defies the expectations of primitive technology, inviting the weary traveler into a meditative state to wander among monoliths hewn with uncanny exactitude. It is here, above the rushing rivers and the darkened valleys, that the mind drifts into contemplative wonder, drawn by shapes so precise that they ask questions rather than answer them. In this remote domain, great blocks of andesite, some as heavy as 130 tons, rest as though they were laid by celestial architects rather than human hands. Each block has been stripped of its rough exterior, revealing surfaces so smooth they shimmer like moonlight on water. The edges meet at perfect right angles, corners so clean that no mortal instrument seems up to the task. Eyes can trace uninterrupted planes stretching across lengths of more than 5 meters, reminding us of metal sheets pressed by industrial presses thousands of years later. The scale and the uniformity stir a subtle awe, a quiet recognition that these ancient builders possessed knowledge of stone that even our most advanced workshops struggle to replicate. Barely a mark mars these polished planes. No chisel lines, no drag of abrasive stones, no pit marks remain to betray their making. Under a soft lantern glow, the precision carved into each block glows like a silent testimony. It is as though a modern CNC router had passed over the andesite, leaving edges of such perfection that even microscopic examination struggles to find flaw. Archaeologists peer through lenses seeking evidence of conventional quarries or hand tools, yet they find only an untouched smoothness that seems to transcend the limitations of copper chisels or stone hammers. In this hushed atmosphere, the line between ancient art and modern engineering vanishes, and the imagination unfurls like a ribbon across time. Some speak in hushed tones of forgotten alloys, of bronze harder than any we can reforge today, carrying secrets of temperature and pressure lost to time. Others imagine resonant vibrations, the deliberate application of sonic levitation harnessed to lift and shape stone without direct contact, unlikely as it may seem, yet echoed in certain legends and thought experiments. In the realm of speculative discourse, these methods take shape as elegant theories, ethereal machines humming with energy, unknown to contemporary catalogues of invention. These conjectures, sometimes called Overton devices in fringe dialogues, play upon the idea that an unseen interface existed between human intellect and Earth's hidden powers. Each theory, whether met with skepticism or reverence, nudges us to reconsider the boundaries of ancient ingenuity. In certain places, blocks interlock with such intimacy that even a razor blade cannot slip between their seams. These joints speak of minds that understood the dance of force and balance, crafting puzzles in stone that demand no mortar yet stand intact through centuries of earthquakes and erosive winds. Each joint appears to have been planned with forethought that marries utility and beauty, a silent choreography between block and block. The precision suggests a collective mind steeped in geometry, guided by proportion, harmony, and perhaps a worldview that saw the earth itself as a living matrix to be gently shaped rather than conquered. Observing these interwoven stones, one senses the echo of an architectural philosophy that respected both material and environment in equal measure. Many of the same interlocking features hint at a practical wisdom, a deliberate response to the Andean land's restless tremors. In a region where the Earth's tremors can reshape entire valleys, building in unity becomes a form of defense. The stones shift microscopically under stress, absorbing shocks, then settle back into place as though guided by an unseen hand. Modern engineers study these connections, seeking to replicate their resilience in contemporary buildings, but they remain elusive blueprints. It is as if the ancient builders had drawn patterns from nature, like the interwoven fibers of a tree trunk or the branching river deltas, to create structures that breathe with the planet's rhythmic pulse. There is, in every seam, a testament to harmony between human designs and the land's inner song. Stepping back, one wonders how these massive shapes journeyed from quarries that lie miles beyond the ruins. The wheel, so central to later civilizations, seems absent here, replaced by ingenuity born of necessity. Without wheels or beasts of burden large enough to drag 100-ton blocks, the builders must have looked to other means. Paths worn smooth by heavy traffic and earthworks cut into slopes hint at processional routes, while carved channels suggest attempts to guide water or lubricate wooden sliders. In the stillness of the ruins, each stone seems to carry the memory of those laborious pilgrimages, silent witnesses to the ancient engineers' unceasing quest to move mountains with human spirit alone. Perhaps the stones rested on wooden sledges, drawn by hundreds of hands down greased paths, reminiscent of seasonal floods guiding rafts along hidden streams. Some propose rolling logs, a technique as old as agriculture, yet the perfection of the cuts implies that even slight shifts would spell disaster, requiring astonishing control. Fringe whispers speak of anti-gravity fields, though such ideas are met with cautious wonder rather than outright acceptance. Yet each stone's resting place seems intentional, as if placed by a precise blueprint rather than brute force, inviting us to imagine a choreography of manpower, tools, and protocols that moved these behemoths with an elegance parallel to their form. All of this stems from the civilization known as the Tiwanaku, whose realms spread across the high plains of the Andes. Unlike empires built on conquest, they seem to have woven their society into the land's very fabric, integrating agriculture, astronomy, and water management in seamless accord. At Pumapunku, the stones embody their reverence for direction and season, for the life-sustaining cycles of sun and rain. The same hands that carved perfectly flat surfaces also shaped canals to capture every precious drop of water, a testament to a philosophy that honored both the spiritual and the practical. The ruins speak of a people who saw the earth as a conscious partner, an idea almost forgotten in our industrial age. Beyond these stones, the Tiwanaku left their mark on distant valleys and lake shores, their influence traced in pottery shards and echoes of religious rites. Trade routes carried their ideas like seeds scattered by the wind. Ceramic styles, metalworking hints, and mythic imagery found far from the core sites. Their political structures, subtle yet widespread, fostered cultural exchange rather than military rule. This grand tapestry of exchanges suggests a society that valued shared knowledge, one that perhaps transmitted advanced stoneworking techniques as part of a larger spiritual curriculum. In retracing their footsteps, we glimpse a network of human connectivity whose sophistication challenges our modern assumptions about ancient isolation. Walking the ruined plazas at dawn, one feels drawn into a cosmic design. Certain stones align with solstices, their edges guiding shafts of sun that fall like celestial arrows across flat expanses. Others match the stars of the Southern Cross, as if the architects etched a piece of the heavens onto the earth. Geometric forms, perfect rectangles, triangles, trapezoids, dot the landscape in solemn repetition, suggesting that sacred mathematics served as the bridge between human and cosmos. For the Tiwanaku, each angle was a prayer, each alignment a whispered invocation, an offering of geometry that resonated with universal harmony. These symmetrical patterns might be read as metaphysical maps, inviting the observer to step from a material plane into a realm of higher correspondence. The gentle curves of certain blocks recall the orbit of planets, while straight lines trace the path of solar journeys. The arrangement, viewed from above, resembles constellations. From ground level, it feels like a temple designed for communion with unseen forces. In this silent cathedral of stone, spatial order merges with spiritual yearnings, reminding us that the earliest scientists were also poets of number and form. To linger here is to witness the union of art and engineering, where beauty arises from precision and purpose. Each carved surface is an invitation to touch the threshold between the human mind and the living rock. The tactile perfection suggests not only technical skill, but also aesthetic intention, a desire to reflect inner cosmology in outward form. These blocks stand as monumental sculptures, silent yet eloquent, speaking in a language of angles and planes. In their artistry lies an ancient statement that the highest achievement of a society is to merge function with a transcendent sense of grace. Yet paradoxically, there are no chisels or hammers lying beside these marvels, no fragments of apparatus to illuminate their creation. Excavations reveal little beyond stone remnants and occasional pottery shards, leaving the true tools shrouded in absence. In their place, imagination fills the void, perhaps specialized drills tipped with diamond-like minerals, or ephemeral contraptions now lost. The hush around Pumapunku becomes fertile ground for narrative, where archaeologists and dreamers alike conjure the silhouettes of equipment poised between fact and mysticism. The absence itself becomes an artifact, a silent call to venture beyond established chronicles. Then came the quiet withdrawal of human presence, the slow succumbing of once thriving courtyards to wind and rain. What forces drove the Tiwanaku to abandon these stone sculptures? Climatic changes, shifting waters, political upheaval, all likely played their part, leaving a causeway of questions trailing after them. The silence that followed gives the site an aura of melancholy, as if a grand performance has ended, leaving only its stage behind. Yet in that emptiness, the stones speak more loudly, their secrets echoing against the years, asking each visitor to ponder the fragility and resilience woven into every culture. Long after the traditions faded, local legends preserved the memory of forces that shaped the earth. Tales passed by Quechua and Aymara elders speak of celestial beings teaching mortals how to mold andesite as if it were clay. Stories of a hill opening to reveal luminous machines, or priests chanting to awaken hidden powers, drift on the night air like fragrant incense. Through song, dance, and woven textiles, the legacy of Pumapunku endures, memorialized in patterns that mirror the interlocking stones. In this living folklore, the line between myth and memory blurs, preserving an essential truth: that human ingenuity is as much a matter of spirit as of stone. In modern workshops, engineers study 3D scans of the blocks, hoping to decode lost machining techniques. Material scientists decode the microstructure of the andesite, seeking clues hidden in crystalline fractures. Yet each revelation often uncovers new puzzles, reminding us that ancient wisdom can be layered and subtle. The resilience, the geometry, the polished faces, they all gesture toward a craft that blended practical skill with philosophical depth. Rediscovering these elements, researchers find themselves retracing paths of thought as much as methods of construction. In this dialogue between past and present, the stones of Pumapunku serve as teachers, beckoning us to temper ambition with reverence. Across the globe, architects, artists, and engineers draw inspiration from the silent testimony of Pumapunku, integrating its lessons into contemporary practice. Some construct modular buildings that echo the interlocking joints, seeking seismic resilience in urban landscapes haunted by tremors. Others experiment with stone milling techniques, translating ancient methods into digital commands in collaborative labs, marrying robotic precision with human intuition. Artisan collectives revive hand-finished masonry, blending laser measurement with ancestral chiseling. Artists sculpt installations of steel and glass, evoking the ancient stone's dance of light and shadow amidst mountain air. Even in philosophy and psychology, the idea of liminal thresholds, spaces hovering between states of being, bears the imprint of those vast plazas. In every field, the echoes of Pumapunku beckon us to harmonize craft and consciousness, suggesting that the art of building can become a gateway to building ourselves. At certain times of year, the sun slants through corridors of stone, illuminating an inner chamber with an almost sacred glow. Observers note that equinox light falls exactly between two monumental blocks, as if choreographed by stellar hands. Some dismiss it as coincidence, yet when the same fleeting moments repeat over centuries, chance seems less plausible. The alignment births a sense of passage, a cosmic gate that invites the soul to step from the mundane into a sphere of timeless contemplation. In those instants, standing within the illuminated axis, one glimpses the ancient desire to weave human endeavor into the tapestry of the heavens. Archaeological traces suggest that incense burners once stood near carved altars, and that ritual drums sounded in the hush before dawn. Stones bear faint stains, perhaps remnants of offerings or pigments illuminated by torchlight. It is not difficult to imagine ceremonial processions winding among the blocks, voices raised in chanting measured by the angles of the stones themselves. Each ceremony would have been a living dialogue between participant and place, an experiential geometry of body and breath. In those rites, the architecture became a partner in spiritual ascent, guiding each pilgrim toward an inner union with earth and sky. Some speak of Pumapunku as a portal between realms, a point where human thought reaches beyond its terrestrial cage. The precise forms might have functioned as resonators, tuning consciousness to frequencies that blur day and night, life and afterlife. Legends hint at moments when boundary lines dissolved, when shamans crossed thresholds into ethereal dimensions, returning with visions encoded in stone. While mainstream thought may hesitate at such claims, the resonance of the place encourages an open mind, reminding us that technology and transcendence need not be separate pursuits. Indeed, each carved symbol, each chamfered edge, reads like a carefully composed script. The architecture here is more than form. It is a vocabulary of meaning. Shapes repeat in sequences that suggest counting systems, cosmological diagrams, or coded prayers. To decipher this lexicon, one must approach not only as an engineer, but as a linguist of spirit. The stones whisper references to cycles, unions of opposites, and the gentle tension that animates life. In their silent syntax, they invite us to read between the lines of history and memory, to hear the language carved in angles rather than letters. As centuries passed, local stewards took on the unspoken vow to guard what remained. Their efforts to protect and document the site echo the original impulse to create enduring harmony. Through cooperative projects and respectful tourism, the legacy of Pumapunku has become a shared treasure, cared for by descendants who feel a spiritual kinship with the stones. Each new generation of guardians weaves protective measures into conservation plans, ensuring that the interplay between foot traffic and fragility is held in balance. In their devotion, we see a modern reflection of the ancient principle that great works persist only when nurtured by living hands and mindful hearts. Today, visitors wander the worn paths, headphones dampening the outside world, voices hushed by reverence. Some come searching for answers to scientific riddles, others seeking meditation in the stillness. Many report a palpable energy, a pull that invites introspection and wonder. As footsteps echo off polished surfaces, a silent dialogue unfolds. Each traveler brings personal questions. Each block offers possibilities rather than prescriptions. In this communion, the role of observer shifts into participant, weaving new stories into the tapestry that began nearly 2 millennia ago. Pumapunku occupies a liminal realm, hovering at the edge of known history and imagination's frontier. Its ruins stand between the light of empirical research and the shadowed corridors of mystery. In this threshold, certainties loosen their grip, making room for new perspectives. It is an invitation to dwell in paradox, to embrace wonder alongside inquiry. Each visit draws the mind into an expansive awareness, where linear time dissolves and a more holistic sense of progress takes hold, one in which ancient and modern knowledge coalesce in quiet harmony. The stones have found their way into film, literature, and academic journals alike, each medium refracting their enigma through a different lens. Filmmakers paint them as portals to alien worlds, novelists as stage settings for secret orders, and scholars as catalysts for interdisciplinary debate. Conferences on archaeology, geology, and metaphysics convene to parse every measurement and myth, fostering dialogues that span continents. In popular culture, Pumapunku endures as a symbol of humanity's enduring quest to transcend limits, while in universities it challenges researchers to weave together fragmented clues. Both embrace a singular truth, that the mind's horizon expands most richly when science and spirit walk hand in hand. In the heart of the Jordanian desert, where the sun bleeds gold upon rose-red sandstone, the Nabateans set their city against cliffs and canyons, crafting a sanctuary of stone that still whispers of hidden waters. This was no mere oasis, but a marvel of human craft. Petra, whose beauty and scale spoke of a civilization that seemed to coax life from barren rock. To survive in such a place required more than hope. It demanded an intimate kinship with each drop of rain, with every fleeting trickle that danced across parched land. And so, like musicians tuning instruments before a concert, the Nabateans listened to the desert's rhythms, mapping hidden springs and seasonal torrents, learning how to bend water's path without forcing it, shaping their world in silent, unhurried collaboration with the elements. The city itself emerges from a labyrinth of towering gorges, as though sculpted by divine hands. Walls of stone fold into narrow ravines that catch the sky's luminous hues at dawn, and in those folds lie secret channels carved with ancient precision. Here, in these hidden veins, the Nabateans gathered life's most precious fluid. Far above the sun-baked plaza, they cleft grooves into crimson cliff faces, guiding the winter rains from mountaintops miles away. Water slipped into earthen channels and terracotta pipes, flowing by gravity's patient insistence toward reservoirs shielded from the blazing heat. In this delicate choreography, each contour of rock became part of an elegant network, an interplay of geology and ingenuity that few beyond Petra's walls could ever glimpse. Even as traders and pilgrims traced dusty caravan routes through these narrow corridors, the city's hidden arteries pulsed with a quiet energy. The Nabateans understood that water must be protected as a sacred trust, that surface pools evaporated under the relentless sun or became fouled by drifting sand. So they buried cisterns deep beneath sculpted facades, hewing vast chambers from living stone. Here, in the cool, shadowed depths, water waited in stillness, shielded from scouring winds. Networked conduits delivered each precious supply into these subterranean sanctuaries, where it could be purified by settling, ready for the daily rituals of drink, bath, and ritual. Even when the desert sky remained unclouded for months on end, Petra did not thirst, for patience and foresight shaped every drop's journey. Where seasonal floods threatened to wash away fragile walls, the Nabateans built graceful dams, silent sentinels of stone standing guard against sudden torrents. Layer upon layer of masonry held back surges of sediment-laden water, sparing the city's arteries from clogging with silt. These dams were both brute shields and intricate filters. They slowed the flood's fury, depositing mud and gravel in hidden basins, then released the clearer water downstream. In times of calm, they became places of gathering, plazas where families met to rejoice in the desert's brief bounty. Their graceful curves and tapering buttresses melded with the canyon walls, as though the landscape itself had softened to form these guardians. Even now, centuries after the fall of Nabatean stonecutters, the dams endure, silent testaments to a people who learned to welcome water's power and temper its violence. Beyond the city gates, where each house echoed with the calls of merchants and pilgrims, cultivated fields spread like emerald dreams against the copper sands. There, slender channels carried measured flows from the hidden cisterns, irrigating barley, figs, and olive groves that fed Petra's bustling heart. Here and there, terraces clung to hillsides, their stone retaining walls curving gently to cradle fertile soil. Small sluice gates, fashioned from wood and brass, allowed women, whose hands guided daily life, to coax water into furrows with whispered encouragement, releasing it in measured pulses that prevented erosion. With each opening of a valve, they enacted an intimate ceremony, a shared trust between human care and the unspoken laws of nature. These gardens, fed by ancient hydraulic wiles, stood as green defiance against a sun-blasted expanse. Yet the Nabateans did not rest on ancient wisdom alone. Their engineers refined each aqueduct, each valve and sluice, adding layers of sophistication rarely equaled even in the grand cities of Rome. Terracotta liners ensured that channels retained moisture and resisted erosion, while stone settling tanks captured debris before it could foul the conduits. Where walls curved around precarious cliffs, water danced upon stone willows, guided by shallow gradients that prevented both stagnation and runaway flow. The result was a seamless interplay of form and function. Each millimeter of slope, each joint between stone and pipe, reflected a profound grasp of hydraulics that would confound later generations. Even the vaulted ceilings of cistern chambers were engineered to reduce condensation and maintain purity, like secrets whispered beneath the city's skin. As traders arrived bearing foreign wares, they marveled not only at Petra's carved facades, but at the invisible marvel beneath their feet. Word of these hidden waterways drifted beyond the desert, entering conversations in Greek academies and Roman forums. Some say that Roman engineers, impressed by Petra's resilience, borrowed crested dam designs and subterranean cistern concepts for their own aqueduct networks. Thus, the Nabateans, though rarely recorded in official histories, stood quietly at the origins of hydraulic mastery, their legacy flowing far beyond the canyon walls. The knowledge they bequeathed spread like irrigation water itself, seeped into new soils, enriching distant cities, even as Petra's rose-red cliffs slumbered beneath the desert's sun. In the bustling courtyards of Petra, water became more than a necessity. It was a symbol of harmony between the earth and the heavens. Carved pools shimmered like obsidian mirrors before temple entrances, reflecting lithe columns and the unending sky. Bathhouses murmured with gentle splashes, where citizens sought solace and renewal, bridging the divide between the material and the sacred. In these chambers, cool mists rose around vaulted roofs, and scent of native herbs mingled with the damp air, creating a sanctuary of quiet contemplation. Architects placed fountains at thresholds, believing that the song of falling water cleansed both body and spirit, inviting worshippers to leave the desert's harshness behind and enter a realm of serene balance. Their reverence for water extended into ritual life, weaving through myths and ceremonies. Springs hidden in grottos became sites of pilgrimage, where priests underscored water's divine origin with chants that echoed off stone walls. Healing practices invoked water's purifying power, while farmers offered small libations at upstream dams to beseech steady rains. Even the simplest act of drawing water from a cistern held a spiritual dimension, a conscious gratitude for the fragile thread that bound life to desert. In Petra, every drop seemed infused with a sacred breath, binding the people to their land and to one another, forging a cultural tapestry illuminated by the shimmer of hidden streams. Although Petra thrived at the crossroads of caravan routes, it was more than a commercial hub. It was a meeting place of east and west where ideas flowed as freely as incense smoke. Merchants from Arabia, Syria, and beyond marveled at aqueduct workmanship that rivaled the greatest cities. Cultural exchange found fertile ground in discussions beneath fountain pavilions, and philosophical debates echoed through colonnaded corridors. The Nabateans learned from passing scholars, adapting foreign techniques to their rugged terrain, while traders carried tales of Petra's marvels back to distant capitals. In this exchange of goods and knowledge, Petra became a living testament to how human ingenuity, when shared, can transform even the sternest landscapes into realms of possibility. Centuries later, researchers armed with satellite imagery and 3D reconstructions returned to the rose-red canyons, drawn by the engineering riddles left in stone. They map subsurface chambers with ground-penetrating radar, while historians decipher inscriptions that praise ancient water lords. Archaeologists crouch beside fallen pipes, tracing the angles of cut channels with digital theodolites, and hydrologists run simulations of ancient floods to understand dam dynamics. Each discovery reveals another layer of thought: how the Nabateans anticipated drought, how they balanced social needs with ecological limits, and how they wove technology into daily life without overwhelming the spirit of place. These scholars speak of Petra not as a ruin frozen in time, but as a living laboratory, echoing with lessons for a world grappling with thirst and climate uncertainty. Indeed, as modern cities confront dwindling aquifers and parched landscapes, Petra's ancient water system offers a reservoir of insight. The Nabateans remind us that sustainability is not merely a technical pursuit, but a spiritual calling, to listen to seasonal rhythms, to value each drop, and to design in harmony with the land's contours. Their dams and cisterns, now silent, once embodied resilience, structures conceived for centuries, not decades, forged in respect for geological forces rather than defiance. As engineers seek low-impact designs and communities strive to steward scarce resources, Petra's ghostly marvels stand as both blueprint and beacon. They beckon us to revive ancient wisdom, to blend science with reverence, and to remember that true mastery arises not from conquering nature, but from joining with its quiet pulse. This symbiosis, etched into rock and memory, extends even to the city's social fabric. Women, often unseen in grand historical narratives, held custody of water for their households and gardens, their deft hands adjusting sluices at dawn, their keen eyes ensuring that wells were neither overdrawn nor neglected. Their roles went beyond labor. They transmitted vital knowledge of seasonal patterns and domestic stewardship, forging communal bonds through the shared act of caring for water. In evening light, they gathered at cistern steps, exchanging stories while filling jars, their laughter mingling with the desert wind. Such moments remind us that technological feats rest upon social trust and collaboration, that every great aqueduct stands on the shoulders of countless unseen hands. Petra's lifeblood was communal participation. Citizens, artisans, and priests all contributed to digging channels, repairing walls, and clearing silt. Festivals marking the first rains brought neighbors together in joyous labor as children danced in spillways and elders offered prayers for a gentle winter. This ethos of shared responsibility wove water management into the city's identity, ensuring that no channel languished from neglect. Even now, when tourists wander silent colonnades, echoes of communal voices seem to linger, urging us to remember that sustainable systems require more than plans on paper. They demand a culture of care. The quest to preserve Petra's waterworks has become itself an act of reverence. Archaeologists painstakingly restore broken terracotta pipes, stabilizing ancient dams against modern storms. Conservationists erect subtle supports to shelter fragile cistern vaults, mindful not to mar the timeless beauty carved into stone. Each intervention reflects a delicate balance, safeguarding heritage while acknowledging that the desert's slow winds and shifting sands are part of Petra's living tapestry. With every measured repair, we renew our bond with the Nabateans, honoring their ingenuity and heeding their silent counsel. When we compare Petra's water system with those of Egypt, Rome, or the Maya, we see different solutions to similar challenges: vast pyramidal reservoirs in one land, monumental aqueduct bridges in another. Yet Petra's genius lies in its humility. Water hidden underground, revealed only to those who seek it, celebrated not by grandeur but by harmony. The Nabateans remind us that true innovation often means gentling our presence on the earth, weaving our needs into nature's own forms, rather than reshaping the landscape on our terms. In this reflection lies a compass for the future: to design systems that respect ecological thresholds, that integrate beauty with utility, and that honor the interdependence of human and environment. As modern societies confront pressing environmental issues, resurrecting ancient practices becomes more than an academic exercise. It is a spiritual invitation. Petra's silent channels murmur across time, urging us to consider water not as a mere commodity, but as a living thread that binds communities, landscapes, and aspirations. In honoring the Nabateans' legacy, we embrace a way of being that transcends machinery and markets. A path guided by patience, by listening to seasonal whispers, by building not faster but better, in step with the earth's soft pulse. Thus, beneath Petra's rose-red walls, amidst the hush of canyon wind, we find not only marvels of ancient engineering, but a timeless covenant, an enduring promise that true mastery of water lies in reverence, in artistry, and in the shared heartbeat of civilization. In the hushed stillness of dawn, when the mind drifts between dreams and waking thought, the ancient Sanskrit scriptures beckon like a hidden doorway to a realm where myth and machine entwine. These venerable verses speak in soft, lyrical tones of voyages across the sky, beams of unimaginable force, and instruments of power that vibrate with cosmic resonance. As we settle into the quiet cadence of each line, the rigid boundaries between spirituality and science begin to dissolve, revealing a majestic tapestry woven from starlight and steel. We move slowly, guided by an inner hush, bridging the gap between the expansive heavens above and the pulsing mysteries within. Each story unfolds like a lotus in bloom, its petals scented with echoes of a civilization that contemplated both the nature of mind and the mechanics of matter. In this gentle journey, we allow the whispers of the Vedas, the Mahabharata, the Vimana Shastra, and countless commentaries to wash over us, carrying hints of ancient engines and radiant energies that defy the limits of time. Long before the polished iron of our modern world, the Vedas spoke of energies that shimmer like hidden rivers beneath the earth's crust, waiting to be tapped. These hymns, among the oldest treasures of human thought, describe aerial vessels guided by sages whose visions transcended the ordinary senses. Enveloped in chant and mantra, these flying machines, vimanas, appear in verses as if glimpsed through a mist of incense and torchlight, alongside paeans to Agni, the fire deity, and Soma, the elixir of inspiration. The rishis inscribed technical fragments, copper alloys signaling to shifting winds, harnessed thermals lifting carved cabins, and engines fueled by celestial substances. In quiet reflection, we ponder whether these descriptions were metaphors for inner ascent or coded blueprints for vehicles that once sailed the firmament. We move through each stanza like pilgrims tracing footprints on a sacred mountain, curious about whether our ancestors actually held the key to controlled flight, or if these were sublime allegories for the soul's passage beyond the body's confines. From the breathless elevation of the Vedas, the Mahabharata brings us back to the tumult of epic warfare. Yet even here, the tone is hushed with reverence. Amid the thunder of conch calls and the clash of celestial weapons lies the account of the Brahmastra, an arrow of silent death, unleashed with the authority of cosmic law. It is said to consume entire armies, scorch rivers dry, and scatter the bones of warriors across the plains, leaving a silence heavier than the roar of any battlefield. When this divine weapon is invoked, the poets describe an aftermath eerily similar to the long, ghostly afterglow of a modern blast. Some read these verses as allegories of moral devastation, others as faint records of a forgotten technology, but all are struck by the depth of detail, the blinding flash, the suffocating heat, the rain of ash. And yet, even in this darkness, the epic does not revel in destruction. Instead, it holds up a mirror to the moral weight of power, inviting us to ask whether our own scientific strides are balanced by equivalent wisdom and compassion. Between the soaring verses of the Mahabharata and the philosophical treatises on meditation lies the Vimana Shastra, a text of such intricate technicality that it reads like a manual penned by engineers who spoke in poetry. Here, amid diagrams of gears and sketches of wings, we find descriptions of anti-gravitational mechanisms and fuel extracted from salts that glow with inner light. The treatise speaks of pilot cabins lined with vibration-absorbing crystals, instruments that tune to resonant frequencies, and propulsion chambers that hiss like serpents of steam. Doubters suggest the entire work is a later forgery, a playful concoction of mystics enamored with birds and breezes. But if we listen with open minds, we sense the heartbeat of long-lost workshops, echoing with hammers shaping metal plates far smoother than time would normally allow. Whether these details spring from genuine memory or poetic invention, they kindle a reverent awe for the ancients' imagination and hint at a worldview where science and spirit were facets of the same diamond. And then the phrase Vimana transcends the pages, becoming a living presence in our imagination, no longer bound by the limitations of myth. We envision palatial chariots drifting above kingdoms, their surfaces gleaming in the morning light, bearing scholars and emissaries across vast landscapes. These vessels, we are told, were propelled by engines that tapped the subtle energies of the atmosphere, perhaps drawing upon currents we have yet to wholly understand. Some theories whisper of vortex-based propulsion or resonance chambers tuned to the harmonics of the earth itself. In moments of stillness, as the sun lowers its gaze, we might almost hear the muted hum of those engines, a low murmur carried on wind from eras we can only approach through these hallowed verses. Are these descriptions the fantasies of poets, or pale memories of a civilization whose crafts have been swallowed by the sands of time? The question lingers like incense smoke in an empty temple, drawing us deeper into the enigma of flight before powered engines. Beyond the realms of transport, the ancient texts tell of instruments wielded by gods and heroes, stars of destruction and renewal that seem to anticipate our own nuclear age. The Brahmastra, when released from its bow, enters a singularity of fire that the scriptures compare to a miniature sun. The aftermath is described with anatomical precision, the ground scorched as though swept by 1,000 ovens, the air thick with a choking dust, and survivors suffering afflictions eerily akin to radiation sickness. Indra's Vajra, on the other hand, is spoken of as a thunderbolt turned sentient, an embodiment of kinetic energy that shatters fortress walls, yet carries a conscious dimension, as if lightning itself were a living being. These weapons, while cast in high poetic register and enmeshed in moral and metaphysical symbolism, beg the listener to wonder whether the ancients explored the boundaries of atomic forces long before Enrico Fermi or J. Robert Oppenheimer entered human consciousness with their laboratories. When rumblings of nuclear warfare echo through the Mahabharata's battlegrounds, some scholars stride boldly into the realm of speculative archaeology, suggesting that fragments of atomic lore have echoed down through hidden traditions. They point to passages that speak of hushed deserts, where mushrooms of smoke rose into the sky, leaving salt on the grass and metal turned brittle as bone. Mainstream historians often smile indulgently at these interpretations, but within the niches of fringe thought, these verses have sparked debates about lost ages of atomic understanding, buried beneath layers of myth and ritual. Whether we accept or dismiss these connections, they compel us to examine our own hubris. Have we truly discovered the full measure of human ingenuity? Or might there lie in our past a vault of knowledge sealed away by time? Not all flights of fancy in the epics remain airborne. Some descend to the dazzling Pushpaka Vimana, the floating palace of King Ravana in the Ramayana. This craft is no mere chariot of war. It is a mobile throne, lavishly appointed with compartments of gold and silken cushions where courtiers recline beneath glowing lamps. It wraps across the sky like a living poem, its marbled surfaces shifting hue as clouds drift past. When Rama seizes this throne of air, he turns a symbol of hubris into an instrument of dharma, reclaiming it for righteousness. In contemplating this mythic vessel, we sense an ancient fascination with the luxury and sovereignty implicit in flight, and we wonder whether such tales preserve the faintest memories of artifacts crafted by hands now dust. The push and pull between divine authority and mortal responsibility, woven into the narrative of the Pushpaka, resonates still in our modern discourse on the ethics of powerful technologies. Yet beneath the grandeur of engines and blasts lie subtler dimensions, allegories of energy that remind us of cosmic currents flowing through every atom. When the texts speak of the sun's rays concentrated by crystalline mirrors or the pulsations of mantras unveiling hidden forces, they gesture toward a world view where the tangible and the intangible are bound in perpetual dance. These stories do more than sketch fantastic devices. They invite us to contemplate the nature of energy itself, its capacity to create and to destroy, to heal and to transform. Viewed through this lens, the Vimanas and Astras become parables about channeling the dynamic interplay of forces both within and without, asking us to honor the fine line between mastery and madness whenever we kindle flames of innovation. The ancient seers, attuned to both earth and ether, articulated visions of reality that coincide with modern speculations about quantum realms and multidimensional spaces. When the Upanishads speak of Brahman permeating all existence and of Atman reflecting the cosmic self, they sketch echoes of entanglement and superposition, where observer and observed meld in a dance too subtle for classical categories. Tales of sky cities existing simultaneously in parallel worlds ring with resonance for anyone who has gleaned the many worlds interpretation or glimpsed the mathematics of string theory. Though the ancients may not have formulated their insights in equations, their myths carry an intuitive wisdom about the fabric of reality that modern physicists are only now beginning to articulate in laboratories and particle accelerators. This interplay of observation and imagination extends into the celestial sciences of Jyotisha, where meticulous astronomical records coexist with mythic personifications of planets as deities. The seers tracked the dance of Venus and Jupiter through the heavens, calculated eclipse cycles with remarkable accuracy, and devised calendars that synchronized agricultural seasons with lunar months and solar transits. Yet they also recited tales of Rahu swallowing the moon, of eclipses as cosmic dramas that reflected human fate. These rituals and narratives demonstrated an integrative mindset, where celestial mechanics and spiritual meaning coalesced into a unified vision of the cosmos. Modern astrophysicists may replicate the orbital equations, but the seers of old spoke of planetary alignments as living harmonies, inviting us to perceive the night sky not as cold expanse, but as a resonant symphony. No discussion of Sanskrit wisdom would be complete without turning inward to the landscapes of the mind. In the stillness of the Upanishads, and in Krishna's counsel to Arjuna on the battlefield, we find treatises on consciousness that foreshadow contemporary explorations in neuroscience and cognitive psychology. The texts describe layers of mind, gross, subtle, causal, and articulate practices that calibrate attention like instruments, tuning perception to deeper frequencies. These teachings reveal a path where inner flights of awareness parallel the aerial voyages of Vimanas, suggesting that mastery of external technologies must be matched by mastery of inner realms. Herein lies a profound reminder. The true measure of human advancement encompasses not only iron and ether, but the vast territories of self-awareness and compassion. This holistic vision extends seamlessly into fields such as Ayurveda, the ancient science of life, where the balance of humors, the flow of pranas, and the geometry of the body's energy channels form a coherent system of healing. The Karaka Samhita and Sushruta Samhita outline surgeries, herbal formulas, and lifestyle regimens that speak to a deep empirical understanding of physiology, all woven together with philosophical insights into mind-body unity. In temples and forest hermitages, practitioners calibrated treatments as precisely as an engineer adjusts a mechanism, blending keen observation with spiritual reverence. Modern integrative medicine rediscovers these principles, acknowledging that the art of healing hinges on harmonizing molecular interventions with the rhythms of consciousness and environment. The echoes of these ancient conceptions resound in contemporary innovations too. Aeronautical engineers draw inspiration from bird flight phenomenology, long described in Sanskrit analogies. Architects study fractal patterns in temple carvings that anticipate modern algorithms for structural resilience. Energy researchers revisit the chemistry of salt-laden lakes mentioned alongside Vimana fuel mixtures. Even in biotechnology and material science, there are efforts to reconstruct lost metallurgies hinted at in poetic metaphor. Compounds that shine with iridescence, alloys that purportedly self-healed under sunlit conditions. Each rediscovery kindles a sense of continuity. What was dreamed and documented in verse may yet inform the inventions shaping our future. In tracing this lineage from celestial chariots to quantum clouds, we witness humanity's relentless quest to bridge imagination with reality. The Sanskrit masters threw open doors of possibility, painting visions that spanned the cosmos and the soul. Their narratives teach us that science is not merely the manipulation of matter, but an exploration of the unknown territories that lie at the intersection of mind, energy, and universe. As we voyage through galaxies of data and mysteries of consciousness, we walk in their footsteps, carrying torches lit by the glow of age-old insight. Beneath the symbolism of crystal mirrors, thunderbolts, and flying palaces lies an invitation to view each myth as a lens through which the eternal rhythms of nature and psyche can be glimpsed. These allegories ask us to attune our senses to the silent music of the spheres, to treat every particle and thought as a note in the symphony of existence. By embracing this vision, we begin to blur the lines between empirical rigor and poetic wonder, recognizing that the ultimate frontier of knowledge transcends any single discipline or era. Perhaps the greatest legacy of these Sanskrit texts is their capacity to reawaken our own capacity for reverent curiosity. When we read of ancient architects crafting luminous mirrors or sages shaping metals with thought alone, we sense in ourselves a latent power of imagination and ingenuity waiting to be rekindled. We become custodians of a knowledge stream that flows beyond the banks of written history, calling us to cherish both analytical precision and the hushed breadth of mythic intuition. In these hallowed pages lie the seeds of tomorrow's breakthroughs, sown centuries ago in the gardens of meditation and starlight. The tales of Vimanas and Astras, of cosmic energies harnessed by chanting priests, continue to murmur through our collective consciousness, urging us to build bridges between science and spirit. As we complete this chapter of exploration, the path extends onward, ever unfolding, ever inviting us to soar beyond the known horizons, guided by the ancient voices that still hum softly in the spaces between our thoughts. Chapter 10. The Crystal Lenses of Nimrud. Optical Knowledge Before Galileo. In the hush of the desert's breath, under a canopy of stars older than memory, Nimrud's ruins keep their secrets close. Nestled within the wind-swept plains of ancient Assyria, these weathered stones once bore witness to a civilization that danced between the realms of spirit and science. It is here, beneath layers of earth and history's gentle forgetfulness, that a handful of crystal treasures emerged. Small, unassuming fragments of rock crystal, whose curved surfaces refract our modern gaze into a shimmering past. Imagine artisans in gentle lamplight, their hands tracing the subtle curves of these lenses as they whisper prayers to the heavens. Envision scholars in quiet courtyards, peering through each crystalline edge, mapping constellations they believed guided the fate of kings and empires. Through these fragments of pure crystal, we glimpse an intersection of craft and contemplation, of geometry and grace. They stand as eloquent testaments to a sophistication lost in the sweep of ages, casting soft flecks of light across the chasm that separates our world from theirs. In the mid-19th century, Sir Austen Henry Layard, treading softly through Nimrud's halls of sand-swept memory, unearthed these glimmering relics as if by divine timing. Mistaking them first for polished gemstones of purely ornamental worth, he soon realized each bore a defined curvature and a bluish transparency that set them apart from ordinary stones. This unintentional revelation hinted at technological prowess predating many European optical devices by centuries. What was once dismissed as a simple curiosity became a beacon, pointing toward a richer appreciation of Assyrian intellect. Beneath the guise of polished beauty, these crystal lenses heralded a sophistication of thought that wove together art, astronomy, and metaphysics in ways modern narratives have only begun to honor. The artisans who selected and shaped those crystals must have possessed a refined eye for purity and a grasp of refractive principles lost to later ages. From geodes of quartz clear as mountain air, they sanded and polished, coaxing each fragment into precise curves capable of bending light with intention. To imagine such skill without mechanized lathes or physics treatises is to glimpse a tradition of unseen experimentation and reverence for raw materials. Each lens likely emerged through a series of rituals that wove together the practical and the ceremonial, the hand of the maker and the breath of the gods, forging objects that were as much spiritual conduits as optical instruments. In the dusky workshops of Nimrud, these lenses may have served as precision guides for master carvers and jewelers. Under the glow of oil lamps, a craftsman might have pressed a crystal curve to tiny cuneiform tablets, etching intricate symbols from which divine messages unfolded. Perhaps they directed the delicate inlay of metals and gems in objects destined for palaces and temples, revealing details invisible to the naked eye. The same tools that mapped celestial bodies could have traced the veins of a leaf motif or the scales of a sculpted creature. In such moments, magnification transcended mere utility, becoming a bridge between the seen and the unseen, the macrocosm of empire and the microcosm of a single grain of sand. In the hush of learning chambers, where scribes transcribed sacred texts by torchlight, the crystal lenses might have acted as allies in preserving wisdom. A scribe bent over parchment could peer through a lens to ensure every wedge and line matched the founder's words with absolute fidelity. Such precision would protect the integrity of hymns and astronomical charts alike. Through these instruments, the act of transcription became an act of devotion, a ritual of the mind in which clarity and concentration merged. The whisper of a quill against soft leather, magnified by a simple curve of crystal, underscored a culture that prized the marriage of intellect and spirit, of empirical inquiry and devotional practice. Beyond the sphere of craftsmanship and scholarship, these lenses may have served in temple courtyards where priests watched the skies. By softening the glare of starlight and focusing its shimmer, they could have marked celestial movements with newfound precision. Assyrian astronomers, keepers of omens and calendars, may have turned their crystal aids skyward, charting eclipses that foretold political shifts or seasons of plenty. The notion that such optical technology existed long before Galileo's famed telescope invites a profound rethinking of our scientific timelines. It whispers of an ancient people who saw the cosmos not as a distant stage, but as a living tapestry of destiny and divine conversation. Yet the lenses likely held significance beyond earthly uses. In a civilization where every object could possess a soul, a crystal curved to perfection might have embodied the concept of divine vision itself. Its clarity could symbolize enlightenment, the piercing of illusion by transcendent truth. In candle-lit sanctuaries, priests might have held a lens before a flame, watching the light fracture into rainbow fragments as if enacting sacred myths of creation. To gaze through such an artifact was to engage with a metaphor of inner sight, to seek clarity not only in the material world, but within the depths of the self. In that translucent form, science and spirituality converged in luminous harmony. Our modern attempts to fathom the lens's purpose face the same shadows of time that cloak the ancient world. With no written instructions or direct references, scholars sift through material analyses and fragments of context, piecing together plausible uses from broken clues. Weathering, centuries of burial, and subsequent excavation have all displaced these objects from their original settings, leaving behind riddles as opaque as their crystalline surfaces once were clear. Every conclusion must be weighed against the uncertainty of missing chapters, and yet in this ambiguity lies poetic beauty, a reminder that our quest for understanding often mirrors the very nature of these lenses, which bend and fragment light, revealing some truths while obscuring others. To appreciate these lenses fully, we must immerse ourselves in the currents of Assyrian life. A world of soaring ziggurats, bustling marketplaces, and courtly intrigue. Knowledge was a currency as precious as gold, and priests both advised kings and recorded the whispers of the gods. Innovations in irrigation and architecture underscored a people unafraid to shape their environment. If they harnessed crystal curves to observe the divine or perfect their craft, it was part of a broader tapestry in which empirical observation and spiritual purpose were interwoven. Each lens becomes a microcosm of Assyrian ambition, a testament to a society that sought mastery over both marshlands and metaphysics. Across time and culture, humanity's fascination with light and vision has echoed in varied forms. Greek dramas mention burning glass spectacles that kindled fire, while Roman writers describe lenses for magnification or medicinal use. In distant China, polished crystal afforded glimpses of worlds both vast and minute. Yet the Nimrud examples wrinkle this narrative by predating many such references, suggesting that optical experimentation was not the sole legacy of classical antiquity. Instead, a pan-cultural curiosity emerges, a thread weaving Mesopotamia, Greece, Rome, and beyond into a collective tapestry of innovation, where light served as both tool and symbol, illuminating the borders of the known world and the edges of human imagination. More than physical relics, these lenses act as metaphors through which we reinterpret Assyrian vision in every sense. Just as a crystal curve focuses starlight on a single point, the Assyrians' intellectual endeavors concentrated knowledge into refined observations. Their lens becomes a symbol of foresight and sagacity, inviting us to contemplate how cultures filter experience, amplify certain insights, and refract the rest into mystery. To hold such an object is to hold a mirror up to our own methods of perception. We see not only the lens, but the reflection of our own yearning to sharpen reality, to bring into focus the subtle textures of existence that evade casual notice. In rediscovering these lenses, we join a lineage of curiosity stretching back millennia. Each fragment reveals how much has been forgotten and how much remains to be reclaimed. Time's relentless currents have carried away countless innovations, only for some to resurface in the crucible of modern inquiry. The Nimrud lenses beckon us to peer beyond the surface, to ask which of our own discoveries might one day be lost and reclaimed by future generations. Through their quiet eloquence, they remind us that knowledge is rarely linear. It meanders through cycles of birth, oblivion, and revival, weaving a tapestry that binds past and future in an unending spiral. Today, researchers apply spectroscopic techniques to unveil the elemental makeup of these crystals, while experimental archaeologists rebuild replicas to test hypotheses. Microscopic analysis reveals minute striations left by ancient abrasives, hinting at the grinding materials once wielded with patient precision. Imaging technologies cast digital rays through curved surfaces, mapping refractive indices and polishing imperfections. Each insight shifts the narrative, confirming some long-held suspicions while prompting fresh questions. In this alchemy of old and new, the lenses become collaborators in our quest, guiding us toward revelations that speak as much of modern ingenuity as they do of Assyrian skill. Scholars remain divided over the lens's primary functions. Some caution against the temptation to project modern assumptions onto ancient artifacts, warning that a lens need not have served telescopic ends to be significant. Others urge an open-minded embrace of possibility, arguing that every spark of innovation deserves its place in the annals of human invention. This tension underscores the delicate balance between rigorous skepticism and imaginative inquiry. Debates swirl like light through curved crystal, bending perspectives but never settling into a singular truth. Perhaps in this dynamic interplay lies the greatest lesson: that the pursuit of knowledge thrives in the fertile soil of respectful ambiguity. As technology advances and archaeological methods evolve, new windows onto these objects will open. Multispectral imaging might reveal residues of oils used in polishing, while remote sensing could detect undiscovered contexts within Nimrud's buried quarters. Collaborative ventures between historians, material scientists, and spiritual scholars promise to enrich interpretations, ensuring that both empirical and existential dimensions receive their due. Should additional lenses or related paraphernalia emerge from the silent sands, each find will sharpen our understanding and heighten our wonder. In this way, the story of the Nimrud lenses remains unfinished, a narrative awaiting further chapters written in the collective language of discovery. Each rediscovery echoes across the centuries, reminding us that the joy of unearthing hidden knowledge is as old as human curiosity itself. When Layard lifted those crystals from the earth, he did more than recover physical objects. He reopened a dialogue between present and past. In that moment, the lenses became messengers, carrying whispers of techniques, philosophies, and aesthetics lost to time's embrace. Their quiet brilliance continues to ignite our imaginations, urging us to listen not only for facts, but for the resonant frequencies of wonder that hum beneath all acts of remembrance. In contemplating these artifacts, we traverse a bridge across epochs, stepping from Akkadian tablets to digital screens, from oil lamps to laser scanners. Time collapses as we hold a lens and feel its chill, sensing the pulse of countless hands that shaped and cherished it. Through this fragile thread, ancient insight converges with modern awareness, forging a continuum of inquiry that neither begins nor ends. The lens itself becomes a portal, inviting us to ask not only what the Assyrians knew, but how our own time will be judged by future seekers of hidden wisdom. Although born in a world untouched by electricity, these lenses still cast influence upon today's optical sciences. Their elegant simplicity encourages researchers to revisit fundamental principles of light manipulation. In an age of high-powered microscopes and quantum optical arrays, the artistry of a hand-polished crystal offers a lesson in minimalism and functional beauty. By integrating ancient and modern sensibilities, scientists may rediscover techniques that prioritize harmony between material and purpose. The echoes of Assyrian craftsmanship thus ripple into laboratories worldwide, prompting a renewed appreciation for the intuitive solutions our ancestors explored. The story of Nimrod's lenses is but one thread in the vast tapestry of ancient ingenuity. Across continents and eras, civilizations sculpted stone, harnessed hydraulics, and encoded knowledge in clay tablets, all while weaving myth and mathematics into seamless wholes. Recognizing the depth of such achievements compels us to reassess linear narratives that place modern science atop an ever-rising ladder. Instead, we glimpse a mosaic of advances, some forgotten and some rediscovered, each reflecting the universal impulse to comprehend and transform the world. The lenses remind us that the boundaries between past and present are porous, their technology slipping through time like grains of sand. For those who will carry the torch of inquiry forward, the lenses of Nimrod offer a guiding principle. Nurture curiosity tempered by humility. Each discovery invites more questions than answers, illuminating paths yet to be walked. Future generations may uncover their own lenses, artifacts of overlooked brilliance waiting to reshape our understanding. The legacy of these curved crystals teaches us to look for wonder in unexpected places, to treat every fragment of the past as a possible beacon for tomorrow's innovations. In doing so, we honor our predecessors and prepare our descendants to continue the journey into the unknown. Ultimately, the Nimrod lenses symbolize an endless quest, an unclosed circle in which each act of seeing begets further seeing. They invite us into a dance between mystery and clarity, urging us to embrace the shadows as much as the light. In their silent testimony, we sense the heartbeat of human aspiration, to stretch perception beyond natural limits, to chart realms that lie just out of reach. As long as curiosity endures, so too will the desire to craft new lenses, both literal and figurative, with which to fathom the manifold layers of reality. Even today, when we peer into the heart of an atom or photograph distant galaxies, we stand upon foundations laid by countless unseen hands. The early artisans who coaxed splinters of quartz into crystalline splendor contribute to that edifice, their whispers intersecting with modern theories of light and vision. Each innovation, whether in fiber optics or holography, resonates with those ancient experiments, reminding us that scientific progress is a tapestry woven from myriad strands. The Nimrud lenses thus become ancestral mentors, guiding contemporary explorers toward subtle insights hidden in the interplay of light, matter, and intention. In their delicate curves and gleaming facets, the lenses embody a universal symbol, the human yearning to see more clearly. They stand as metaphors for the spirit of inquiry, for the belief that behind every opaque surface lies a clarity awaiting discovery. Their legacy flows not only through the annals of history, but through the collective imagination of all who yearn to peer beyond the obvious. These artifacts whisper of our shared potential, an invitation to embrace the lenses of empathy, insight, and creativity that illuminate both our inner landscapes and the outer universe. Nimrud's crystal lenses remind us that culture and technology are not separate currents, but intertwined streams that shape and feed each other. In the Assyrian worldview, practical devices bore spiritual weight, and sacred rituals incorporated empirical observation. This interplay continues today as we infuse smartphones with social norms and program algorithms with ethical values. By recognizing how ancient societies wove meaning into their tools, we gain perspective on our own creations, reminded that every instrument we design carries the imprint of our beliefs. It is a testament to the enduring truth that the tools we craft shape not only our world, but the contours of our collective soul. In the hush of an ancient chamber, a soft glow reveals golden shapes that defy time. These delicate models, no larger than a hand, rest in a row as if poised for flight. Their surfaces catch the light with a subtle brilliance, a testament to artisans who knew the secrets of metal and air. They belong to the Quimbaya, a civilization nestled in Colombia's lush valleys, whose memory flickers through history like a candle flame. Each piece seems to hum with possibility, beckoning us to unravel the mysteries of a world where craftsmanship and spirit intertwined. In the late 19th century, as explorers and scholars sifted through silent tombs, they unearthed dozens of these golden figures. Encased in clay pots beside pottery shards and bone fragments, the models lay undisturbed for centuries. Soft fabrics, now faded, once draped their chests and wings, and tiny notches along their bodies hinted at intentional design. At first, academics dismissed them as stylized insects or birds, products of ceremonial art devoid of practical purpose. But close inspection whispered a different tale. These were shapes born from the imagination of those who observed the heavens and the winds. Each model carries wings that taper with almost surgical precision, a slim fuselage rising between them, and a tail that balances the form with unexpected symmetry. The contours are so smooth, the angles so consistent, that modern pilots and engineers raised their eyebrows. How could those who lacked wheeled carriages or written treatises on aerodynamics conceive of shapes that resemble the machines we take for granted? In that question lies the essence of our wonder. Were these figures mere metaphors for spiritual ascent, or echoes of a forgotten science that once soared above the jungle canopy? Among all who studied these relics, the question that pierced the night sky was simple and profound. Was it coincidence? Or did ancient hands possess knowledge far beyond their era? Some murmured that the Quimbaya watched condors when they soared over the Andes, that they studied seed pods falling from trees and the dance of insects in a sunlit clearing. Others imagined a hidden school of apprentices who passed down secrets like whispered prayers, carving metal with techniques now lost to time. Every hypothesis fluttered like a moth around the candle of truth, drawn by the promise of illumination. In the soft cadence of scholarly debate, one refrain emerged. Nature was the first teacher. The Quimbaya lived in harmony with the rhythms of wind and water, the rustle of leaves, the darting silhouette of a hummingbird. They observed how air flowed around leaves and stones, how currents shaped the flight of swallows in twilight. It is said that Lao Tzu whispered, "Nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished." Perhaps this timeless wisdom guided their hands as they shaped precious metal into forms that spoke of flight. Yet alongside the voice of nature, a more mysterious melody echoed. Some voices spoke of ancient travelers from distant stars, emissaries who shared hidden arts in hushed tongues. Though no scroll or tablet confirms their arrival, the idea lingers like mist over the mountains. Could otherworldly visitors have inspired the Quimbaya? In candlelit gatherings, mystics might have translated symbols etched in unknown languages, teaching alliances between gold, air, and spirit. Whether dream or reality, such stories open portals in the mind, inviting us to consider that knowledge sometimes arrives on silent wings, bearing truths unbound by earth or time. As the world turned toward the new century, a quiet revolution began in modern workshops. Engineers, captivated by the quivering shapes, paused their blueprints and calculators to hold these ancient fragments. Inspired by the golden models, they crafted precise replicas scaled to weight and dimension, adding small motors to awaken them. The first tentative flights took place in a hush, as if modern science bowed before a lineage of craft that stretched back through centuries. In test chambers and open fields, these diminutive machines rose in graceful arcs, their silhouettes tracing the same paths once imagined by Quimbaya hands. The revelation of those flights was akin to a soft thunderclap in the world of archaeology and engineering. When an echo of an ancient form, propelled by modern power, hovered above the grass with serene balance, it spoke profoundly of design that transcends eras. Observers watched as the tiny replicas banked and turned, riding thermal currents like tiny spirits of the air. It was not proof that the Quimbaya launched metal birds in antiquity, but it offered tangible evidence that the forms they carved were aerodynamically sound. Science and wonder embraced in a silent dance under open skies. Even as engineers marveled at flight, many turned inward to explore the spiritual dimensions of these golden shapes. In ancient cultures, gold was more than a metal. It was a symbol of purity, divinity, and the unchanging sun. To hold a golden wing was to touch the celestial realm, to move between worlds. The Quimbaya might have cast these models not for commerce or conquest, but as ceremonial vessels carrying the prayers of the living and the souls of the departed. In darkness, they could have glowed with inner light, guiding the dead on their journey beyond the jungle's edge. Stories gathered around campfires speak of sky gods who descended on clouds, of aerial chariots bearing ancestors to the stars. Among the indigenous myths of the region, the motif of flight appears in vibrant tapestry. A hummingbird that could bridge earth and sky, a feathered serpent whose undulating body split the heavens. Could these golden models be earthly echoes of those sky-born legends, symbols bridging seen and unseen realms? As we ponder their slender wings, we remember the words of Rumi, "What you seek is seeking you." Perhaps this search for meaning carries us on wings of our own yearning. Beyond myth and whisper, the artisans of the Quimbaya displayed a marvel of metallurgical skill. Their hands coaxed gold into forms so fine that even modern alloys strain to reproduce their strength and shine. Microscopic analysis reveals deliberate alloying techniques, traces of copper and silver blended in precise ratios to lend resilience and flexibility. Through lost methods of hammering, annealing, and casting, they achieved edges so thin they quiver like a bird's feather. In their workshops, heat and pressure became sacred rites, and each mold was a poem written in fire and gold. In that world of heat and sacred flame, the lines between practical craft and spiritual devotion blurred. Every hammer blow could have been a mantra, every pour of liquid metal an offering. The Quimbaya might have believed that through perfect metalwork, they honored the spirit of the sky, that each wing carried a prayer upward. Archaeologists find tiny tool marks so subtle that they vanish under modern lenses, as if erased by enchantment. What remains is a golden silence, draping us in questions about how deep the pool of ancient knowledge truly ran. Amid these mysteries, another thread weaves through history, the tale of cultural exchange. Long before the world embraced the age of steam, trade routes spanned mountains, rivers, and seas, carrying goods and ideas alike. The Quimbaya sat at a crossroads of path and waterway, linking the Andean peaks to the rolling Amazon basin and the Caribbean shore. Along these routes, travelers exchanged not only gold and ceramics, but also stories of distant skies. Could the blueprint for flight have crossed these channels, washing over tribes like a sunrise heralding a new dawn? Archaeologists uncover turquoise beads from lands far to the north, shells from the coast mingled with inland pottery. They map routes, figure by golden figure, following currents of exchange that ripple through time. Each artifact becomes a messenger, hinting at alliances between smiths and shamans, navigators, and mythmakers. Through this lens, the Quimbaya artifacts stand not alone, but as part of a larger tapestry, where distant lands touched in fleeting moments, and where the idea of flight might have drifted like a whispered secret, gathering detail as it passed from one shore to another. Yet, across the world, other civilizations tinkered with the dream of flight. In dusty Greek scrolls, the myth of Icarus warns of hubris. In the silk of Chinese kites, the wind carries prayers skyward. Each culture chipped away at the barrier between earth and air, guided by awe and necessity. The Quimbaya forms echo that universal yearning, a silver thread that links the floating lanterns of Asia, the winged carvings of Egypt, and the soaring temples of Mesoamerica. In these parallel quests, we see that humans have always looked up with hope, crafting wings from clay, wood, and metal. The philosopher Johann Wolfgang von Goethe wrote, "Magic is believing in yourself. If you can do that, you can make anything happen." Ancient makers embodied this magic, trusting that their hands could shape reality. They carved gold with confidence that form shapes function, that beauty and utility are inseparable. When modern researchers reverse engineer the Quimbaya shapes, they measure angles, test lift coefficients, and plot drag curves. Yet behind every graph lies a moment of poetic revelation, a recognition that ancient intuition often runs deeper than equations, that craftsmanship carries wisdom beyond its visible edges. Scientific laboratories cradle fragments of gold subjected to X-ray fluorescence and metallographic microscopy. Under the hum of machines, minute details emerge. Microstructures that resemble patterns of carbon nanotubes, minute inclusions that stiffen the alloy. Technology deciphers technique, patience unveils pattern, and each discovery adds another layer to the enigma. Still, the full recipe remains elusive, scattered across centuries like stardust. In this interplay of inquiry and reverence, we find the essence of contemplation, an invitation to hold contradiction in balance, to see the ancient and modern as partners in an unending dialogue. But for every theory embraced, another stands ready to challenge it. Skeptics caution against weaving romantic tales that overshadow context. They remind us that the Quimbaya artifacts may simply be ritual objects, their shapes stylized rather than scientific. They warn of the mind's hunger for wonder, how it can paint miracles in the margins of fact. Yet even in skepticism, there is reverence for skill. The critiques become part of the tapestry, urging us to weigh evidence with humility and to remember that every legend, no matter how grand, rests on shards of truth. As debates swirl in academia, the golden figures remain silent teachers. In museum halls, they stand behind glass, their polished wings reflecting the faces of onlookers. Visitors pause, breathing softly in their presence, drawn by a magnetism that transcends era or origin. The curators place them under gentle light, inviting each observer to become a pilgrim on a journey of discovery. Here, in the stillness between showcases, one can almost hear the echo of an ancient forge, the sigh of molten metal, and the hushed exclamation as the first wing took shape. Preservation is an act of both memory and hope. By safeguarding these artifacts, we honor the Quimbaya and all who walked within their world. Conservation labs control humidity and light, repair fragile links, and guard against the slow passage of time. Each micro-scrub and fiber analysis becomes a prayer against oblivion. In protecting their legacy, we acknowledge that they carried questions across centuries, questions about our place in the cosmos and the bridge between art and science. Their silent wings remind us that the future need not erase the past, but rather listen to its whispers. Beyond the museum, artists and dreamers continue to find inspiration in those slender silhouettes. Sculptors cast bronze echoes, painters layer pigment in gradients that mimic golden glints, and poets trace their forms in verse. In aeronautical labs, engineers sketch new designs, this time blending carbon fiber with lessons gleaned from ancient curves. Musicians compose melodies whose arcs mirror flight paths. In each act of creation, the Quimbaya legacy emerges unbroken, a thread of curiosity weaving through modern imagination, reminding us that the impulse to shape the air is as old as consciousness itself. In secluded studios, a glassblower fashions a trembling glass model, capturing the spirit of the gold without its weight. In a garden, a gardener shapes topiary hedges that recall quetzal feathers and streamlined bodies. In a classroom, a teacher passes a replica to a child whose eyes widen, and the world of engineering opens as a door to wonder. These ripples of influence spread like gentle currents, proving that ancient intelligence lives in each act of homage. We do not merely study the artifacts, we become artists, pilots, and poets, propelled by the spark they still ignite. At the convergence of research and reverie, we find the true treasure of these golden wings, the permission to wonder without restraint. They ask us not only to measure angles and weigh alloys, but to feel the pulse of time. Each artifact is a vessel of stories, combining the practical with the ineffable, the sculpted metal with the sculpted dream. As our fingers brush their shapes, even through the cool barrier of glass, we sense a whisper. Knowledge is not a trophy, but a traveler's companion, carried lightly across deserts and oceans into the realms of sky and spirit. In the silence that follows, we return to ourselves, carrying fragments of possibility. The Quimbaya wings remind us that human ingenuity has always been entangled with myth and faith, science and supplication. We learn that technology can arise from intuitive insight as much as from formal theory, that the line between art and engineering is perhaps a line of inquiry rather than division. With this revelation, we stand more open before the unknown, ready to greet new mysteries with reverence, to hear them whispered in the rustle of leaves or the hum of an incubating lab. Night deepens around the museum as final visitors depart, leaving the golden forms in solitude. The quiet corridors reflect soft footsteps and hushed farewells. In the dim glow, the artifacts seem to breathe. Their message is simple, yet profound. What we think lost may still pulse beneath the surface of history, waiting for a listener who knows how to listen. They invite us to remember that progress need not be linear, that ideas can blossom, fade, and blossom anew across millennia, carried on the wings of curiosity and the breath of imagination. As dawn approaches, scholars gather under the first light, poring over notes and images. They speak of new tests, new angles of analysis, each offering a fresh perspective. Even as they ground themselves in journals and microscopes, their eyes drift to the cases where the wings rest. It is as though those silent forms guide them, nudging them toward unexpected paths. They, like us, are pilgrims in an unknown temple, following footprints etched in gold, seeking the crossroads where science meets myth, where the material and the mystical embrace. In some corners of the world, a gentle revival stirs. Workshops experiment with forgotten techniques of forging and alloying. Small teams of artisans and engineers collaborate, speaking a language built of ancient gestures and modern equations. They honor ancestral rhythms of process: heat, cool, hammer, shape, while tracking data on sensors and screens. In this blending of ritual and rigor, they rediscover not only lost craft, but renewed wonder. When they hold a newly cast wing aloft, they glimpse the same awe that must have stirred in those early hands, and for a moment, time fractures around them. Under a wide canopy of stars, a quiet promise unfolds, that knowledge is never truly lost. Like seeds buried beneath fertile soil, ideas can lie dormant, awaiting rain and light to rise again. The Quimbaya artifacts embody this truth. They survived looting and oblivion, only to awaken our curiosity once more. Through their slender forms, we glimpse the cycles of forgetting and remembering, the ebb and flow of human ingenuity. They invite us to wander through the corridors of what was and what might yet be, carried on the silent beating of golden wings. And so we leave the golden wings of the Quimbaya shining in silent display, their light now ours to carry. They have taught that inquiry is itself a flight, delicate, daring, and unending. As this chapter closes, we hold their memory like a single lantern in the deep night, guiding us toward new dreams. In those slender tips, we recognize an ancient craft and the timeless impulse to rise, to explore, and to shape raw earth into wings that whisper of boundless skies. Beneath the restless breast of the earth, where tectonic plates murmur and the world trembles, ancient builders found ways to shape stone and wood so that their creations could breathe with the planet's slow, seismic heartbeat. In their hands, Architecture became an act of listening, a dialogue between human intention and the hidden currents beneath our feet. Across continents and centuries, from the highest Andean peaks to the lush valleys of Southeast Asia, this wisdom unfolded in silent monuments, fortresses, temples, bridges, towers, and pyramids that did not simply stand against quakes, but seemed to welcome them, to bend like tall reeds in a storm, to let the earth's power pass through, dissipate, and leave them intact. High above Cusco, the great stones of Sacsayhuaman fit together as if cut by precise instruments from the future. Each massive rock, some weighing more than 100 tons, is beveled and polished, its sides curving subtly to embrace its neighbors. Mortar is absent. Instead, the fit is so exact that not even a butterfly's wing could slip between them. When an earthquake ripples through the Andes, the walls shift fractionally, stones rocking and settling in perfect harmony, absorbing shocks that would shatter ordinary masonry. Here, the Incas taught us that architecture could be less like a fortress and more like a living being, that the secret might lie not in resisting motion, but in aligning with it. From these great Andean ramparts, our journey moves north to the soaring wooden pagodas of Japan, where timber and tension converged in an elegant embrace of flexibility. Within each multi-storied tower rises a central column, the Shinbashira, anchored in the earth yet disconnected from the floors above. When seismic waves arrive, the pagoda sways, its central pillar and eaves performing a gentle choreography that dissipates energy. The builders of Horyuji or Yakushiji centuries ago had no seismographs, yet they sensed how wood could flex and absorb. They wove into their design the Buddhist notion of impermanence, embracing change rather than resisting it, so that every tremor became a quiet rehearsal of motion, strengthening both structure and spirit. Half a world away, the stone arches of Rome demonstrate another strain of ancient resilience. The Colosseum still stands, its grand amphitheater bearing the echoes of crowds and the weight of centuries. When the ground convulsed, its semicircular vaults and sturdy piers redistributed forces, while the Pantheon's massive dome, forged of unreinforced concrete, balanced on its hidden layers of lighter pumice-rich aggregate. Coffers carved into the dome's surface eased its mass and created a pattern of light and shadow that seems to pulse with the earth's deep rhythms. The Romans understood that weight could become a partner, not an adversary, that by shaping curves they could guide vibrations along predetermined paths, channeling seismic energy away from the heart of the building. In ancient Athens, where poets chronicled storms and philosophers debated stars, the Parthenon stood as a testament to harmony and proportion. Its columns carry columns within themselves, entasis bulging slightly to correct optical illusions and perhaps to enhance stability. Scholars suggest that the temple's stylobate, a gently curved platform, allows for subtle shifts in response to quakes, like a smile carved into stone that arches upward to meet catastrophe with grace. Here, geometry and metaphysics merged. The Greeks saw beauty and structure as intertwined, believing that a building, like a soul, thrives when its parts are in balance. Their Parthenon whispers that resilience arises from unity, from each element supporting the next, in a web of interdependence. Further east, in the shadow of Himalayan peaks, Nepalese temples stand as living prayers to adaptation. Their tiered roofs, supported by intricately carved wooden struts, defy gravity and quake alike. Built on pliant rammed earth foundations, they lean into tremors, their beams flexing and joints sliding with practiced ease. In Kathmandu Valley, after devastating quakes, many of these centuries-old pagodas remained upright, while modern structures crumbled. The artisans who shaped these temples listened to the land's secret sighs, honoring impermanence and the dynamic dance of earth and spirit, weaving into their craftsmanship an ecological sensitivity that echoes through generations. On another continent, the ancient city of Teotihuacan in Mexico reveals a different approach to seismic harmony. The pyramids of the sun and the moon were erected using volcanic tuff, light enough to reduce overall mass, yet resilient under stress. Their stepped terraces break up the impact of tremors, dispersing forces laterally rather than focusing them at a single weak point. Here, mathematical precision meets celestial symbolism. Each platform aligned with solar and lunar cycles, reminding us that resilience extends beyond the physical, entwining earthly stability with cosmic rhythm. When an earthquake stirs the Valley of Mexico, these pyramids sway imperceptibly, like trees swaying gently in prayer. Returning to the Andes, we find Machu Picchu perched on a narrow ridge, its terraces cascading down the mountainside. Beyond their agricultural use, these terraces anchor the city, preventing landslides and directing water flow. Walls of perfectly interlocked stones step downward, creating a flexible lattice that shears quietly with the Earth's motion. Doorways and niches are framed with trapezoidal forms that narrow at the top, a geometry that lends inherent stability. The Incas of this high sanctuary taught us that harmony with terrain is more than aesthetic. It is survival. In their hands, stone was not a cage, but a conduit, channeling energy away from vulnerable points. Across the Silk Road, Chinese timber pagodas such as the Yingxian wooden pagoda rise in luminous defiance of time and tempest. With dozens of stories, yet none reinforced by nails, these structures rely on complex joinery, mortise and tenon, interlocking beams, and wooden braces that allow each floor to move independently. When tremors arrived, the pagoda would hum and sigh, each tier vibrating against the next, relieving stress like the gentle stretching of a living form. The choice of wood, warm and yielding, spoke of an intimate knowledge of material life cycles and moisture, temperature, and load, of a cosmic order mirrored in the rings of a tree. In the crossroads of empires stands Hagia Sophia, its grand dome once paling Byzantium's skyline. Behind its marble and mosaics is an ingenious framework. Massive piers supporting pendentives that transform a square base into a circle, arches that redirect forces, and buttresses that brace the structure from within. When an earthquake shakes Istanbul, the dome undulates slightly, its weight shifting across carefully balanced supports, like a stone ship buoyed by a turbulent sea. The builders, versed in geometry and the arcane art of observation, crafted a sanctuary that embraced motion, finding in the earth's trembling not a threat, but a pulse to be woven into the fabric of their creation. In the dense jungles of Mesoamerica, the Maya carved pyramids that are both celestial calendars and seismic survivors. The Pyramid of Kukulkan at Chichen Itza stands with powerful simplicity, broad stepped faces that diffuse shocks, and broad platforms that catch and scatter vertical energy. The Maya measured the skies and the earth with equal reverence, translating their observations into structures that resonate with cosmic cycles. These pyramids, crowned by temples to gods and ancestors, became engines of harmony, their architecture a bridge between cosmic order and terrestrial impermanence. Further south in the Andean foothills, great South American ziggurats, stepped platforms rising in austere tiers, echo the pyramidal forms of Mesopotamia but adapted to the challenges of their own seismic zones. Broad bases anchor each level. Inward-sloping walls present a geometry that resists outward thrust. As the ground quivers, these terraces act as shock absorbers, guiding energy upward and outward, like water flowing through a succession of channels. Their layered form, symbolic of the ascent from earth to sky, is also a practical design, binding the spiritual and the structural in a single, cohesive gesture. In the lush greenery of Thailand, ornate wooden temples appear weightless, their graceful roofs and slender pillars conveying an ethereal beauty that belies their resilience. Built on raked pilings driven deep into the earth, these sacred halls sway in unison with quakes, their crafted beams sliding in controlled arcs. Craftsmanship honors both the termite and the tremor. Timber is treated with resins, joints are designed to slip harmlessly, and every surface is carved with blessings for stability. The temples teach that true strength is not a rigid stand, but a supple yielding, a poetic dance where every movement is embraced. Across the Mediterranean, ancient Egyptian obelisks rise slender and tapered, as if the stone itself longs to become a beam of sunlight. Carved from single shafts of granite, they withstand centuries of inundation by the rising Nile and occasional quakes with no hint of fracture. Their triangular cross-sections focus stresses downward. Their weight is so perfectly balanced that they endure Earth's tremors as though guided by some unseen axis. Obelisks embody the union of physics and ritual. Messages cast in stone, communions with the divine, and feats of leverage that speak of a civilization attuned to both the heavens and the deep, shifting veins beneath their feet. In the lands of ancient Mesopotamia, minarets once soared above desert cities, spiraling into the sky as calling towers for the faithful. Their conical taper disperses seismic force, the narrowing profile reducing mass at height, while ascending rings of brickwork and stone provide flexibility. When the earth shakes, these towers flex in a subtle arc, dissipating energy like a coil unwinding. The minaret's call thus becomes a hymn to adaptation, teaching that spiritual elevation and physical resilience are not separate but entwined. Each coil and layer a verse in a poem of survival. Spanning mountain streams and valley roads, Byzantine bridges embodied the same principles that bound walls and roofs. With arches of calculated curvature and keystones that lock each stone in mutual support, they channel gravitational weight and seismic shock into the Earth's embrace. Often built piecemeal over centuries, they reveal an evolving wisdom. Builders learned to smooth transitions between arches with subtle gradients, to scour the riverbanks of loose soil, and to buttress piers with cutwaters that divert flood and quiver alike. Each bridge is an invitation to cross not only a river, but the threshold between human ingenuity and nature's restless pulse. In the great temple city of Angkor, architects built on scaffolds of laterite and sandstone, embedding subterranean drains, reservoirs, and canals that controlled water and softened vibrations. The Temple Mountain of Angkor Wat stands as a labyrinth of galleries and courtyards, its tiers rising like concentric ripples. When the earth stirs, massive blocks settle into new positions, interlocking ever more tightly. Water channels, once neglected and silted, are rediscovered today as both heritage and hydrological innovation, teaching modern engineers that disaster resilience is inseparable from ecological understanding. Finally, within the Copan ruins of Honduras, we find stelae and temples braced upon compacted gravel foundations, crowned by finely carved stone lintels that arch subtly, like bows drawn within the rock. The artisans of the Maya lowlands investigated the Earth's response to stress, placing fill and choosing stones that could absorb quakes without collapsing. Even as vines and roots reclaimed the site, the monuments stand, sealed by stone inscriptions celebrating rulers and gods, silent testimonials to an intuitive engineering born of close communion with the living earth. From the stones of Sacsayhuaman to the wooden frames of Asian pagodas, from Roman domes to Mayan pyramids, from Egyptian obelisks to Southeast Asian sanctuaries, ancient civilizations wove resilience into every joint and curve, every foundation and spire. Their creations remind us that true architectural mastery arises when we listen to the planet's rhythms, honor the interplay of material and motion, and embrace flexibility as a profound form of strength. In their teachings lie keys for our time, whispering that to stand firm, we need only learn to move in concert with the deep, tremoring heart of our living world. In the still hush of an alabaster dawn, the walls of Dendera awaken beneath my gaze, as if whispering a secret too profound to speak aloud. There, etched in the stone of the Temple of Hathor, coils and filaments unfurl like dream shapes suspended between myth and mechanism. The figures who cradle these strange bulbs seem neither wholly mortal nor entirely divine. They inhabit a twilight realm where the boundaries of technology and spirituality dissolve. I move slowly along the corridor of carvings, each contour traced by centuries of silent devotion, and wonder if these images once served as cosmic beacons, casting gentle light within hidden sanctuaries. The carvings reveal elongated forms that suggest a bulbous enclosure, its interior intricately patterned like a serpent's sinuous spine. Here, the lotus flower anchors the device to the earth, while an undulating line extends toward a harness unseen. Could this represent not merely a symbol of rebirth or divine illumination, but an early understanding of energizing the dark? The ancients held fire and flame as primal forces, yet these images hint at currents and potentials, at copper wires born of sacred geometry. It is as though the artisans encoded their knowledge in metaphor, inviting future generations to decipher a lost language of light. Scholars who tread this threshold often remain divided. Some insist that the Dendera bulbs are purely metaphorical, symbols of spiritual power, of the world beyond death, of the luminous soul at journey's end. Yet the precision of the carvings, the coil wound like a heartbeat, the connector linking vessel to base, resists mere allegory. I sense the lingering presence of lathes and drills, of artisans who observed the glow of an early incandescent spark and sought to record it for posterity. In this silence, I hear questions echo. What if the ancients truly harnessed a subtle electrical force? From Dendera, we drift to the shifting sands of Giza, where the Great Pyramid reclines on its bedrock plateau like an immense monolith of untapped potential. Here lies a second mystery. Could this timeless tomb also have served as a vast, resonant chamber? A power plant channeling the energies of earth and sky? The alignment to true north so precise, it humbles modern surveyors. The corridors cut through thick granite, and the antechambers sealed with elemental simplicity all suggest a purpose beyond mere burial. I imagine vibrational currents rising from a subterranean source, focused by granite walls into a faint hum that reverberates through hollow halls. Within those halls, copper-clad niches lie sealed, their interiors untouched by time's decay. Copper, with its ancient reputation as a conduit, gleams faintly in dreams of voltages long past. Might these cavities have served as nodes in a larger energetic network, each acting as a junction to collect or distribute a subtle pulse? As sunlight shifts across the desert plain, I envision lines of force tracing unseen patterns beneath the stones, linking pyramid to temple, plateau to horizon. The ancients spoke of Ka and Ba, the life force and the spirit's flight. Yet perhaps they also whispered of currents flowing through stone, alive with harmonic resonance. Beneath the grand design, if we peer closer, we find hints of chemistry at work. Potassium salts in ostraca, traces of zinc in ceremonial implements, and fragments of diluted acids speak of a rudimentary galvanic practice. I picture clay vessels filled with brine, copper rods suspended within, their ends dipping into fluid that sparks a subtle charge. This slow alchemy could yield a pale glow, just enough to illuminate hidden hieroglyphs in a secret chamber or to charge a cluster of primitive diodes. In the hush of a subterranean cell, a flicker might dance along the walls like the resurrected breath of a primordial spark. Yet in all this yearning to bridge past and present, we must tread lightly between reverence and projection. Critics warn against casting spiritual iconography as proto-technology, against reading modern science into every wavy line. They remind us that the serpent may symbolize fertility, that the lotus could gesture toward rebirth, and that the bulb itself might represent the womb of the cosmos. And still, the uncanny resemblance persists. Each layer of stone might conceal both myth and mechanism, woven, intertwined, inseparable as warp and weft of a cosmic tapestry. In the hum of these ponderings, one cannot help but hear the distant echo of Nikola Tesla. His vision of wireless transmission through resonant earth waves, his dream of lighting the night with currents drawn invisibly from the ground, mirrors the pyramid's supposed function in uncanny detail. Tesla spoke of the Schumann resonance, the whispering beats of our planet's own heartbeat, harnessed through towers and coils. The pyramid, too, stands poised like a colossal coil, its apex perhaps tuned to the harmonics of celestial dance. Could these ancient builders have glimpsed the same dream of free energy shared by Tesla's restless genius? Stargazers among the priests aligned the pyramid with Orion's belt, and modern researchers note the correlation between stellar positions and chamber entrances. Beyond theology and ritual, these alignments might have served a practical purpose: to capture solar or cosmic rays, to focus them through polished crystal or reflective copper, and to trigger subtle energetic reactions within stone and fluid. I imagine dawn's first rays striking a hidden lens, refracting a pinprick of light into a conduit of force. At dusk, I see solar winds bending across the plateau, singing through the air like an Aeolian harp tuned to an ancient frequency. Sound, too, emerges as a possible key. The resonance of the king's chamber, the acoustic properties of granite walls, all hint at an understanding of vibration's power over matter. An exact pitch, when sounded within sealed halls, could stir the water table below, energizing a fluid circuit. Or perhaps a chorus of voices chanting at precise intervals could create standing waves that crackled through the air. Modern physicists acknowledge that frequency can influence molecular structures, heat matter, fracture stone, even alter the behavior of living cells. Could the Egyptians have explored these effects in their rituals, their chants serving both spiritual and practical ends? In this search for ancient sparks, Dendera stands not alone, but as part of a global pattern. From the ley lines crisscrossing the British Isles to the enigmatic alignments of the Nazca Plain, cultures separated by oceans share uncanny geometric mastery. Could they have exchanged knowledge along hidden paths, a silent network of pilgrims and sages carrying fragments of a unified science? In these scattered ruins and temples, we glimpse a tapestry woven across continents, a silent lineage of engineers and mystics collaborating beneath shifting skies. If a covert grid wove through the Egyptian landscape, how might it have been laid out? I picture the pyramids, obelisks, temples, and watercourses as nodes in a vast circuit, each structure placed with the precision of a capacitor or coil. Temples built atop aquifers become reservoirs of hydrostatic energy. Obelisks, hewn of magnetized granite, stand as aerial terminals. The Nile's seasonal floods serve as pulsed inputs, charging the system with kinetic force. Reconstructing this grid invites us to step into the minds of ancient administrators, masters of resource, planning, and vision far beyond simple funerary needs. Even the choice of materials hints at intentional design. Dolomite's slight conductivity, limestone's insulating purity, granite's piezoelectric properties when under pressure. At the apex of the Great Pyramid, a capstone of electrum, an alloy of gold and silver, once gleamed in the sun. Was it purely ceremonial, or did its lustrous surface serve to collect radiant energy and transform it into a slow, humming current beneath? These questions emerge from the stones themselves, calling us to study them not only with petrographic microscopes, but with open hearts and minds attuned to hidden possibilities. The ancients encoded much of their knowledge in layers of metaphor and symbol, ensuring that only those initiated into the mysteries could fully understand. Today, we must learn to read those symbols with humility, to recognize that every lotus, serpent, and beam of light may carry both spiritual and practical instruction. By approaching hieroglyphs as schematics and mythic complexes as operating manuals, we honor the dual nature of their creators, both artisans and alchemists, priests and proto-scientists. While electricity seizes our modern imagination, we must also consider alternative energies the Egyptians might have woven into their architecture. Hidden water channels could produce hydrostatic pressure. Solar alignments focus heat on burnished surfaces. Geothermal vents beneath the plateau might warm basins of fluid. These diverse sources could feed a single integrated system, each element reinforcing the other. Such a multidisciplinary approach challenges us to expand our definitions of power beyond batteries and dynamos, embracing the full spectrum of natural phenomena. Scattered through desert sands, papyri and tomb inscriptions hint at principles that resonate with electrical theory. References to divine currents, living stones, and solar breath caught in copper coils appear alongside hymns and myths. Translating these texts requires sensitivity to metaphor and a willingness to explore multi-layered meaning. We must avoid the trap of literalism that reduces poetry to jargon, even as we remain open to uncovering genuine technical insights encoded within mythic language. Some scholars draw parallels between ancient notions of ether, an invisible medium pervading the cosmos, and modern concepts of electromagnetic fields. The Egyptians spoke of Ak, an unseen essence linking earth to heavens. Could the pyramid's geometry and materials have functioned as a grand resonator within that medium, channeling Ak into a form we would call electricity? By seeking connections between antiquity's hidden fields and 20th century physics, we embrace intellectual humility and acknowledge that truth may reside at the confluence of disparate traditions. Each hypothesis we entertain urges us to reimagine the arc of technological evolution. Rather than a simple ascent from primitive to advanced, history may unfold as a cyclical dance of discovery, loss, and rediscovery. The marvels of antiquity remind us that innovation is communal and iterative, that the ancients achieved feats we cannot yet replicate. Recognizing this shifts our view of the present, inviting us to see ourselves not at the pinnacle of progress, but as heirs to a long chain of seekers and guardians. None of these visions would emerge without the patient labor of Egyptologists, scholars who sift through fragments of pottery, translate arcane texts, and map ruinous sites with dog-eared precision. They walk the shifting sands while balancing academic rigor against the allure of grand speculation. We owe them our gratitude. They furnish the raw material for our dreams, the evidence we dare to frame within poetic inquiry. Their quiet dedication reminds us that even the grandest theory must rest on the careful work of those who know the language of stone. Yet we must guard against the siren song of confirmation bias. It is all too easy to see circuitry in every carving, especially when we long to bridge time's gulf. Vigilance requires us to distinguish between what is compelling and what is conclusive, to hold both hypothesis and skeptics' doubt in mindful tension. By inviting multiple perspectives, engineers, linguists, archaeologists, physicists, we weave a more coherent narrative, one resistant to the distortions of desire. In laboratories today, researchers explore wireless energy, piezoelectric materials, and acoustic levitation, fields that find curious echoes in our Egyptian reverie. Could the ancients have stumbled upon basic principles of resonance or photovoltaic phenomena that only now are re-emerging in modern innovations? By documenting these parallels, we connect two epochs of inquiry, each testing the same elemental truths. The resonance of a stone with a frequency of light, the capture of solar rays through crystal lens, the modulation of Earth's vibrations as a power source. These threads tie us to our distant ancestors. The journey gains depth when pursued collaboratively. Archaeologists, historians, engineers, geologists, and artists bring their unique lenses to the desert panorama. Each insight creates a richer mosaic. Each experiment yields fresh echoes of possibility. When a physicist models the acoustic resonance of a chamber, and an Egyptologist recognizes the syllables of a hymn that voices the same pitch, we glimpse the profound synergy that arises from open exchange. Such partnerships become offerings to the past, rekindling ancient dialogues in modern halls of research. Yet the path from fringe speculation to academic acceptance can be fraught. To move theories of ancient electricity from the margins into scholarly discourse, we need rigorous documentation, reproducible experiments, and peer engagement. As new findings circulate, skeptics and pioneers must engage in respectful dialogue. If the academic community can hold space for both careful critique and imaginative exploration, we may foster a new era where the mysteries of Dendera and Giza enrich, rather than threaten, established knowledge. Thought experiments become our bridge across millennia. By constructing full-scale replicas of copper chambers or simulating resonant frequencies in digital models, we test what once seemed merely poetic. When a replica bulb lights through galvanic reaction, or when a scale pyramid hums in harmony with a recorded pitch, the line between myth and mechanism grows faint. These reconstructions allow us to reach through time and commune with ancient innovators, each experiment a conversation stretching across the ages. To preserve these emergent narratives is to honor the tapestry of human achievement. As we document each insight, archive each experiment, and record each debate, we build an enduring record that transcends cultural shifts. Future generations will walk the same corridors of inquiry, guided by our notes and our open-hearted approach. In doing so, we ensure that these whispers from Dendera and Giza remain alive, shimmering beneath each new dawn of discovery. The modern impacts of these explorations ripple outward. Engineers exploring piezoelectric stone, architects experimenting with thermally tuned layouts, energy researchers inspired by natural aqueducts, all draw from the well of ancient possibility. Even if the Egyptians never built a full-scale power plant, their willingness to integrate art, ritual, and natural science reminds us that technology need not be divorced from spirit. This lesson, carried forward, might reshape our approach to sustainable design, to energy ethics, to the reverence we accord our planet's living systems. In these soft illuminations, beneath star-scattered skies, we trace the web of time as a living tapestry. Each line from Dendera's carvings to Giza's granite corridors forms a thread in a vast loom of human aspiration. We sense the breath of distant artisans, feel the pulse of ancient currents beneath our feet, and hear the faint hum of ideas traversing centuries. In that gentle resonance, we find not only mystery, but profound kinship. A reminder that we too walk between stone and sky, striving to kindle light from the hidden forces that shape our world. In the hush of dusk, when the last amber rays retreat behind ancient stones, there lingers a memory of light that transcends the ages, a tapestry woven from polished obsidian, rock crystals, and ornamental bronze, each fragment whispering secrets of forgotten vision. We begin our journey not with the bright glare of modern laboratories, but in the dim glow of early temples and desert shrines, where the first seekers of truth discovered that light could be both a revelation and a veil. Across continents and centuries, from the volcanic plains of Peru to the marble colonnades of Greece, and from the grand courts of China to the bustling markets of medieval Baghdad, human hands learned to coax the sun's rays into bending, focusing, igniting, and transmuting the world. In remote highlands of the Andes, long before cameras and microscopes, priests and artisans worked obsidian into mirrors so polished that they shimmered like portals to other realms. Carved from cooled lava flows, these dark discs reflected not only the faces of onlookers, but also the deeper contours of the soul. Shamans, draped in woven cloaks of alpaca wool, held these mirrors aloft during ceremonies, believing the glassy surface could capture the luminous essence of celestial deities. As they gazed into the obsidian, they saw ripples of potential futures, commune with ancestors in distant realms, and glimpse the hidden architecture of the cosmos. In that ancient theater of light and shadow, geometry and faith converged. Every curve, every polished facet bore witness to a profound understanding of reflection, an intuitive grasp that the path of a beam of light could guide the spirit toward enlightenment. Across the oceans, in the great city of Syracuse, a legend took shape that bound optics to warfare. The mathematician Archimedes, whose name would echo through millennia, is said to have arranged a vast array of polished shields or mirrors upon the ramparts, each angled to catch the morning sun. As Roman triremes approached, the assembled panels focused beams of light upon the wooden hulls, igniting them in tongues of flame. Whether this tale is fact or poetic apocrypha, It speaks volumes about how deeply the ancients pondered the concentration of light. Scholars centuries later would recreate the experiment on modern rooftops, achieving brief bursts of smoke and sparks. Yet the legend itself remains the truest reflection of an era where science danced hand in hand with myth, where the strategic cunning of a lone scholar could be imagined as a solar weapon against invaders. Far to the east, in dynastic China, bronze mirrors held both practical and mystical significance. Forged with the same reverence given to ritual vessels, their polished surfaces bore intricate carvings, dragons coiling around central knobs, inscriptions invoking harmony and longevity. Yet, beyond their daily use for the grooming of emperor and commoner alike, some of these circular discs were said to concentrate sunlight for healing rituals, or to start ceremonial fires without a flint or tinder. Emperors were often painted holding such mirrors aloft, symbolizing their power to unite earth and sky, to channel the pure radiance of heaven into the courts below. The very act of focusing sunbeams into a spark embodied a philosophical truth: that raw energy could be tamed by human craft and spiritual intention, forging a bridge between the material and the divine. Meanwhile, on the banks of the Nile, ancient Egyptians polished copper and bronze until the surfaces gleamed with an otherworldly brilliance. In the tombs of priests and the chambers of Hatshepsut's temple, small metal mirrors lay on stone basins filled with water, reflecting lamplight in flickering patterns of gold. Their use went beyond mere vanity. They were believed to hold the essence of Hathor, the goddess of beauty and joy, whose presence could be summoned through the dance of reflected light. Recent excavations have also turned up small crystal fragments, ground and shaped into rudimentary lenses, that may have been used to focus sunlight into darkened sanctuaries or to magnify hieroglyphic inscriptions. Such devices hint at an alchemy of optics, where spiritual symbolism and scientific inquiry merged, and every spark held the potential to unlock hidden truths, both in sacred texts and in the human brain. Not far away in Mesopotamia, nomadic traders and scholars once discovered clay jars containing copper rods surrounded by iron. We call these fragments the Baghdad batteries, imagining a primitive electrochemical cell. But in antiquity, they likely represented the edge of mystic knowledge. What currents might have pulsed through those rods? Could they have electroplated precious metals onto jewelry, or imparted a tingle to the fingertips of priests who held them? Though rediscovered by archaeologists in the 19th century, the jars prompt us to wonder what else lay dormant in forgotten archives, and how deeply ancient engineers understood the interplay of metal, acid, and electrical potential. Half a world away, in the vanished city of Nimrud, explorers uncovered a polished crystal lens, exactly carved and smooth enough to magnify small objects beneath it. Over 3,000 years old, this simple curved disc of rock crystal challenges our timelines. Did Assyrian scribes peer through it at intricate cuneiform letters? Did they trace the path of a drop of water, study the grain of papyrus, or kindle flames in hidden chambers? The lens invites us to consider that optical science, often thought to begin in Renaissance Italy, may have an origin story that stretches far back, entwined with early civilizations who perceived light not merely as illumination, but as a medium for deep inquiry. In the grand amphitheaters of Rome, artisans blended glass and metal into mirrors of unparalleled clarity. Roman glassmakers, refining their furnaces and experimenting with silica and lead, produced smooth-backed glass discs coated with reflective metals. In wealthy villas, these mirrors brightened dim corridors and allowed citizens to glimpse themselves in polished perfection. Yet the Romans did more than craft personal vanity objects. They understood that the curve of a glass lens could focus light to heat water or sharpen images on distant banners in arena spectacles. These applications hint at a curiosity that would later bloom into formal optics. The recognition that human vision itself could be extended and enhanced through carefully shaped materials. Long before the Renaissance dawned in Florence, Greek thinkers like Euclid and Ptolemy laid the groundwork for theoretical optics. Euclid wrote of reflection in his treatise on vision, imagining rays emanating from the eye and bouncing off surfaces in predictable ways. Ptolemy explored refraction, noting how light bent when passing through water. Their inquiries were more than mathematical exercises. They represented a profound desire to decode how perception shaped reality. In dusty scrolls, we find diagrams of angles and reflections that echo in the lenses of telescopes centuries later, reminders that science builds upon the dreams of those who first dared to draw straight lines to invisible rays. After the fall of Rome, the flame of optical knowledge passed eastward, carried by scholars in the courts of Baghdad and Damascus. Ibn al-Haytham, whom Europe would later call Al-Hazan, wrote the Kitab al-Manazir, a masterwork of experiments on light and vision. He filled jars of water and made polished metal spheres, observed how rays traveled, and insisted on empirical proof. To him, light was not an emanation of the eye, but a wave that traveled through space, a principle so modern that it resonates with quantum notions today. Ibn al-Haytham's insistence on observation and verification became a cornerstone of scientific method, and his legacy echoes in every modern optical laboratory. In pre-Columbian America, still water became a reflective surface of equal wonder. Terraced gardens in the Maya lowlands and the Andean highlands included reflecting pools artfully aligned with the motions of the sun and moon. At dawn of the solstice, light would dance across the water, casting patterns on temple walls that only the most learned could interpret. Shamans and priests used these pools as celestial mirrors, timing rituals, and predicting eclipses, blending geometry, astronomy, and spiritual practice. In these pools, surface tension and cosmic alignment intertwined, reminding us that optics need not be bound to glass or metal, but could emerge gracefully from the meeting of water and light. Meanwhile, in India, medieval scholars ground beryl and quartz into lenses that might have aided surgeons and astronomers alike. Ancient texts describe magnifying glasses of clarity, used to inspect the minute details of surgical incisions and to observe the heavens with a precision beyond the naked eye. While many of these lenses have been lost or shattered, their mention in Sanskrit manuscripts hints at a sophisticated optical tradition, one where healing, art, and astronomy found common cause in the manipulation of light. We imagine a yogi's workshop by candlelight, small lenses shimmering with promise, each crafted by a hand that understood the unity of science and spirituality. As the centuries turned, the Byzantine Empire became a bridge between East and West, preserving Greek treatises on optics in its great libraries and translating them into Syriac and Arabic. Byzantine scholars added their own observations, noting how window glass, when appropriately treated, could focus sunlight to warm homes or sterilize drinking water. Their dialogues with Islamic scholars, and later with merchants from Venice and Genoa, created a tapestry of shared knowledge, ensuring that optical insights would not perish in the rubble of collapsing empires, but live on to inspire future innovators. When the Renaissance unfolded in Europe, the rediscovery of classical and Arabic texts ignited a passion for optics. Leonardo da Vinci filled notebooks with sketches of eye anatomy, camera obscura experiments and the play of light on surfaces. He wrote of mirror illusions and refraction in water droplets, bridging art and science in a way that would shape centuries of thought. In Florence and Venice, artisans experimented with polished glass spheres, eventually leading to the first telescopes that would unveil new worlds beyond our atmosphere. The Renaissance was a symphony of rediscovered knowledge, where Italy's darkened streets were brightened by the gleam of lenses and the sparkle of alchemical experiments. Indeed, alchemists across Europe sought the philosopher's stone not only as a transmuting agent for metals, but as a metaphor for inner illumination. They used prisms and mirrors, creating rainbows in shadowy laboratories to symbolize the soul's transformation from base matter to radiant gold. These optical illusions, floating images, refracted beams, and shimmering colors, became metaphors for spiritual ascent. In the twisting corridors of castles and abbeys, light was both tool and teacher, guiding initiates through secret chambers toward enlightenment. Mirrors themselves became potent symbols in philosophy and religion. In ancient China, the yin-yang interplay of light and shadow found expression in hand-held mirrors engraved with Confucian aphorisms. In Christian mysticism, mirrors reflected the soul's purity, with saints described as flawless glass through which divine grace could shine. Across traditions, the act of gazing into a mirror became synonymous with self-examination, a silent conversation between the individual and the universe. Philosophers from Augustine to Mulla Sadra wrote of the mirror as a metaphor for the mind, receiving impressions of the world and reflecting them inwardly, revealing both beauty and distortion. Even the study of optical illusions reminds us that our perception is as much a creation of the mind as of the eye. Ancient Greeks entertained puzzles of overlapping shapes in polished metal bowls. Medieval artists painted windows that could appear to melt when sunlight struck at certain angles. And modern psychologists trace these tricks back to early stirrings of inquiry about how the brain decodes light and color. Each illusion underscores the delicate dance between objective reality and subjective experience, echoing the philosophical debates that first linked reflection with the nature of truth. In the stones of great cathedrals, builders harnessed light as divine manifestation. Rose windows fractured sunlight into glowing mosaics, transforming interiors into cosmic mandalas of color. Carefully placed openings allowed shafts of light to trace patterns upon floors on solstices and equinoxes, aligning human ritual with celestial rhythm. These architectural feats were more than decorative. They were inscriptions of sacred geometry, an edifice of belief that intertwined the physical structure with metaphysical harmony. Light, in these contexts, became a living presence, a sign that the sacred and the material could merge in a single radiant moment. Creation myths from every corner of the earth foreground light as the first spark of being. In Genesis, God speaks, "Let there be light," and the cosmos unfolds. In Vedic hymns, the dawn goddess Ushas scatters darkness, bringing life to gods and mortals. In Maya codices, the hero twins coax the sun and moon into the sky through trials of reflection and fire. These origin stories elevate light from mere illumination to a divine substance, the primal element through which chaos becomes cosmos. They remind us that, for countless generations, humanity has seen light as both the material and metaphor of creation. Behind these myths stands an esoteric tradition that binds light to inner transformation. Mystics of Sufism speak of the light of the heart. Christians meditate on the inner light, and Buddhist yogis visualize radiant energy channels within the body. In these contemplative practices, optics becomes inward. The pupil becomes a gateway not just to the world outside, but to the luminous depths of consciousness. Mirrors and lamps in meditation halls serve as focal points, guiding practitioners beyond ordinary sight into realms where the boundaries between self and cosmos dissolve in luminous unity. The dual nature of light, its dance between wave and particle, finds uncanny echoes in ancient philosophies. The yin-yang polarity, the interplay of Shiva's dance of creation and destruction, the Mayan concept of twin cosmic beams, each speaks to a recognition that light can shape form even as form shapes light. Although modern physics would only articulate these dualities centuries later, the ancients intuited them through symbolic language and ritual practice, reminding us that scientific insight need not wait for instruments, but can arise through careful observation of nature's play. And so, as we contemplate the array of mirrors, lenses, and burning devices scattered across time, we are faced with a profound question. Did we once possess a science of optics richer than our own, then lose it to the chaos of centuries? Or is this tapestry of discoveries and legends simply a testament to human curiosity, appearing in disparate places, yet each time rediscovered anew? The fragments left behind, obsidian discs, polished crystals, arcane manuscripts, invite us to shine the light of modern scholarship into dusty corners, to piece together patterns that might yet rekindle an ancient flame. In the end, the story of light and its manipulation is not merely a chronicle of tools and theories, but a reflection of our eternal quest to pierce the darkness, to reveal hidden worlds, to transform ourselves through knowledge. As dawn follows night in an endless cycle, so will the exploration of optics continue, weaving past wisdom into future revelations. Beneath every polished surface, and within every prismatic beam, lies the promise of discovery, the alchemy of seeing, which is also the alchemy of becoming. In that silent, lingering glow, we find not only the echoes of empires and scholars long vanished, but the living spark of wonder that guides us still. Across the shifting corridors of time, the gentle resonance of lost libraries and vanished sanctuaries carries a hush that beckons our deepest curiosity. The fragments of weathered scrolls and the haunted stones of collapsed temples whisper of a wisdom so profound that our modern instruments scarcely recognize its frequency. We wander slowly through these vestiges, imagining the hands that shaped them in harmony with unseen forces, there, in a cave of echoes or beneath the starlight that once guided ritual, we sense an intelligence unbound by contemporary constraints, a tapestry woven from geometry, sound, ritual, and spiritual vision. These scattered reflections form a prism of possibility, inviting us to reassemble the mirror of ancient insight and let its light shimmer anew in our age. We begin our journey at the threshold of shape and symmetry, where geometry transcended mere calculation and became a sacred hymn to the cosmos. Long before chalkboards and slide rules, temples and pyramids sprouted from desert sands and hillside plateaus as tangible embodiments of numerical divine. The angles of the Great Pyramid align not only with cardinal points, but with celestial cycles. The golden ratio courses through Parthenon colonnades, echoing patterns found in spiraling shells and unfurling ferns. For the Pythagoreans, numbers were the language of reality itself, a door through which humanity might glimpse the unity underlying matter and spirit. By contemplating these forms, they did more than erect monuments. They tuned human perception to frequencies where architecture and metaphysics converged, suggesting that shape is a vessel of hidden energy still waiting to be unlocked. In the hush that follows, we encounter temples and theaters that dance with the invisible power of sound. Beyond speech or simple music, the ancients revered acoustics as a subtle alchemy. In Epidaurus, a whisper lingers, carried effortlessly to the farthest row. In the Whispering Gallery of St. Paul's, a single breath traverses marble vaults with uncanny precision. Legends speak of chambers in the Great Pyramid, where silence itself sang, amplifying human consciousness into ecstatic states. Across continents, stone circles and resonant caves were thought to heal the body and open portals to other realms. Perhaps by rediscovering these sonic architectures, we might awaken forgotten methods of healing, communication, and transformation, tapping into waveforms that bridge the gap between mind and matter. Behind these sonic marvels, a subtler current flows, the understanding of energy fields that suffused both living and built forms. Structures like Stonehenge or the Mayas' star-aligning pyramids seem to pulse with Earth's electromagnetic whispers, as if laid atop ancient energy grid lines. The ancients performed ceremonies at solstices and equinoxes not only to mark seasons, but to harness subtle currents of vibration passing through ley lines or subterranean water veins. Inscriptions hint at a worldview in which spirit and science danced as partners, guiding the placement of monoliths and the timing of rituals. Rediscovering their secrets could reshape our grasp of magnetism, resonance, and the uncharted forces that enliven the very planet we inhabit. Yet engineering for these peoples was never divorced from ritual. Each cathedral, each ziggurat, each carved cliffside sanctum served as a microcosm of cosmic order, an interface between earth and sky where the divine could descend into stone. Angkor Wat's intricate bas-reliefs depict celestial bodies in perfect conjunction. The orientation of Karnak's hypostyle hall aligns with midwinter sunrise. In these places, prayers were as essential to construction as mortar, and divination as vital as measurement. When masons placed each heavy block, they chanted invocations asking the stars to bless their craft. By weaving spirituality into every rivet and joint, they endowed their works with an enduring life force. Perhaps our own designs could regain such holistic vitality if we remembered to honor the poetry of making alongside the precision. Many chapters of this greater tapestry lie buried beneath soil or submerged underwater, belonging to vanished civilizations whose names only echo in enigmatic artifacts. The Harappans laid out cities in perfect grid patterns, equipped with drainage systems that rival modern sanitation. The Olmecs sculpted colossal heads with tools we do not fully understand. In Lycia, rock-cut tombs curve silently into cliff faces, their interior spaces aligned to solar rhythms. With each lost culture, we glimpse a unique expression of harmony with the land, an ingenious adaptation of local resources, an unbroken chain of knowledge that ended abruptly. As we excavate these ruins, we imagine scholars decoding their scripts, healing their sick, and navigating seas by ancient star charts. In piecing together their stories, we might also reconstruct lessons in sustainability, resilience, and unity with the natural world. Above these earthly expressions, the ancients turned their eyes to the heavens, reading star patterns as chapters in a living book. Line after line of megalithic stones trace solstitial points. Temples frame lunar standstills. They spoke of cosmic fibers, an astral tapestry binding stars, planets, and sentient beings in a single cosmic web. Astrology was not a quaint superstition, but an observational science for mapping cycles that governed tides, seasons, and human affairs. By realigning our telescopes with these archaic horizons, we might uncover subtle periodicities that elude our satellites, rhythms that connect mind and world, body and sky, weaving a cosmic choreography still pulsing beneath our modern equations. In enumerating these achievements, we notice how many have survived intact through millennia, defying weather, neglect, and seismic upheaval. Roman aqueducts still carry water. Mayan pyramids endure in rainforests. Japanese pagodas sway through tremors unscathed. The builder's secret lay not only in strong materials, but in an understanding of natural cycles and forces. They chose mortars that self-heal, stones that flex with Earth's vibrations, orientations that shed winds and capture sun. This keen foresight created structures that live in harmony with their environment, rather than battle it. Learning from these ancient practices could revolutionize our sustainable design, enabling cities and buildings that adapt, grow, and rejuvenate alongside the biosphere. Beneath every artifact, we find embedded a philosophy. No tool or ornament was neutral. Symbols carved onto pottery, iconographic motifs painted in frescoes, and the geometric modules of a temple facade all conveyed moral, cosmological, and ethical messages. A simple bowl might depict the cosmic ocean, reminding the user of creation's ebb and flow. A palace floor tile could encode the golden mean, teaching humility through proportion. In the ancients' hands, art and craft converged to instill wisdom, turning everyday life into a ritual of self-cultivation. If we reawakened this sensibility, our technologies could serve not only efficiency, but also beauty, meaning, and social virtue. And so we consider how ancient visions might germinate future innovations. Their achievements ask us to move beyond segmented thinking toward an integrated approach, where spirit and science, art and engineering, sustainability and efficacy interlace. We could design energy systems inspired by geometric resonance, develop medical devices informed by acoustic healing, and craft urban spaces that align with celestial rhythms. By stepping lightly on the tracks of these early pioneers, we might chart a path where technology amplifies human and planetary well-being in equal measure. This integrated perspective was not an esoteric ideal, but the living norm for our forebears. They mapped disciplines not as separate lanes, but as interwoven threads in a cosmic loom. Astronomy, agriculture, cosmology, and sacred ritual all informed one another, knitting knowledge into a seamless tapestry. Today's siloed expertise may solve narrow problems, but miss the grand harmonies they once perceived. Reuniting these fields in a holistic paradigm could yield more robust, resilient solutions, each breakthrough resonating with the depth of a worldview that embraced the entire web of existence. Now, recall how myth and science once flowed through the same channels. Stories of gods forging mountains or shaping humanity carried encoded instructions on metallurgy, hydraulics, or celestial phenomena. The tale of Icarus warns of boundaries built by hubris. At the same time, it carries the wonder of flight. Legends of fire stolen from the heavens are allegories of harnessing energy. By reading these narratives as layered documents, blending symbolic meaning with technical insight, we might retrieve craft secrets and philosophical cautions blended in equal measure, guiding our inventions toward wisdom rather than recklessness. The ancients did not simply build monuments and shape myths. They walked in sacred groves, honoring trees as kin, and weaving ecological covenants with every harvest. A grove might mark a temple's precinct, placing the divine in the living embrace of forest. Seasonal rites taught respect for soil fertility and water cycles, embedding sustainability at the core of social life. In the present age of ecological crisis, these practices illuminate a path toward rebalancing humanity's partnership with the earth. If we weave their ecological art into modern policy and design, we find models for regenerative agriculture, reforestation, and community stewardship that honor Gaia's wisdom. Beyond fields and cities, the ancients embarked on journeys inward, cultivating altered states of consciousness to access hidden realms. Through meditation, ritual drumming, plant sacraments, and breathwork, they traversed dimensions that today's neuroscience is only beginning to chart. These experiences were not fringe curiosities, but integral to their quest for knowledge. Noetic voyages that revealed the nature of mind and cosmos as inseparable. Re-engaging these practices harmlessly and ethically could expand our understanding of cognition, healing, and creativity, unveiling doors to modes of intelligence yet unrecognized by conventional science. Amid all this lived the language of symbols, a universal script etched on clay tablets, carved into stone, or woven into textiles. From Vedic yantras to Mayan glyphs, these emblems carried layers of meaning, cosmological maps, mathematical matrices, and spiritual mantras compressed into a single sign. They formed a meta-language that transcended dialect and geography, encoding sophisticated insights into gravity, cycles, and consciousness. By unraveling their semantic architecture, we may rediscover principles of information theory, cryptography, and visual communication that anticipate our modern digital codes, inviting us to speak once more in the unified tongue of human ingenuity. Even the stones themselves seem to have been imbued with living purpose. Temples were designed not only for worship, but as resonant instruments, acoustic chambers, psychoactive gardens, cosmic sundials. The lines of an Egyptian portal, the sweep of a Greek column, the spiral of a Mesoamerican stairway, all participated in a grand choreography of energy and intention. To rebuild in their spirit, our architects might consider each structure as a sentient partner, oriented to sun, wind, water, and sky, fostering spaces that nourish body, mind, and soul in unison. Time, to the ancients, was not a relentless arrow, but a cyclical song, each season a stanza in an ongoing hymn. Their plows pivoted with solar arcs, their calendars synced to the moon's passage. Festivals and feasts responded to equinoxes and solstices, weaving civic life into the cosmic ballet. Technology, then, was calibrated to these natural rhythms, agricultural implements attuning soil to moisture cycles, water clocks calibrated to shadow lengths, harvest tools shaped for lunar phases. Recovering these cyclical sensibilities could help us harmonize modern innovation with planetary health, reshaping our machines and schedules to the pulse of Earth herself. In secluded sanctuaries, they cultivated arts of healing and wellness as intricate as their monuments. Ayurveda's 6 tastes, Chinese medicine's meridians, shamanic journeys through plant realms, all sought equilibrium between body's material systems and the subtle currents of spirit. Herbal compendia combined empirical observation with poetic resonance, massage, breath, and ritual fused to treat mind and matter simultaneously. By respectfully integrating these traditions, contemporary health could transcend symptom suppression, aspiring instead to holistic restoration, where technology and ritual dance together in the service of life. Mechanics, too, held a spark of wonder. Automata powered by steam or falling weights moved as if alive. Astrolabes traced star paths with delicate gear trains. Heroes' theaters of light and water beguiled spectators into perceiving magic. In China, ingenious repeating crossbows and clockworks demonstrated a command of timing and mechanics that still astonishes modern engineers. Re-examining these devices shifts our perspective from seeing antiquity as primitive to recognizing a lineage of creativity and precision that endures, urging us to blend playful imagination with rigorous craft. In the fields of cultivation, terraces in the Andes flow like giant staircases, sculpted to control runoff and sun exposure. In Mesopotamia, irrigation canals fed cities fed by seasonal floods, choreographed to sustain crops and people alike. Bound to rituals thanking river deities, these practices balanced efficiency with reverence. By studying their permaculture, we uncover models for sustainable agriculture that root food systems in ecology and culture, reminding us that nourishing the body can also honor spirit and place. Mathematics itself, in their hands, was a living geometry of being. Pythagorean ratios imbued music with harmony. Sacred triangles guided city grids. Astronomical calculations predicted eclipses with uncanny accuracy. They taught that numbers bear a voice of their own, singing through architecture, art, and ritual. By reviving this sense of mathematics as a bridge between tangible and intangible realms, we might unlock new algorithms inspired by natural patterns, solutions to challenges of scale, complexity, and adaptability. Over land and sea, ancient navigators read winds, birds, and star patterns as fluently as we read a constellation map on a screen. Polynesian wayfinders traversed open ocean by sensing swell patterns and cloud reflections. Phoenicians circumnavigated Africa guided by sun shadows and coastal hues. By blending this intuitive navigation with GPS, we could foster a deeper connection to place, reviving our ancestral skill of being oriented to Earth's subtle cues and cosmic compass points. Now, as our reflection gathers its final breath, we stand at a threshold where ancient wisdom and future promise entwine. The stones, scrolls, songs, and symbols of bygone eras offer not a backward gaze but a living spring, an invitation to rebuild our world on foundations that honor spirit, sustainability, and cosmic kinship. By weaving these threads into the tapestry of tomorrow, we ensure that innovation remains rooted in the quiet reverence of our ancestors, guiding humanity toward horizons where technology and transcendence unfold as one luminous design.